Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network. My name is Sunset's Brew, aka Zep.
I am Alandra, aka Lady Bedivere, aka Soporific Gaming.
Hello, my name is Pylos, aka King of Pylos, aka Nestor.
And I'm Mark, aka Bonk, aka Lord Bonk.
And this is Deadlands. What's up, Mint, Cube, Modlight, Desert Beach? I almost said Warp Bob because I'm just reading up the chat. Wicked Bloodshed, I see you in there. Oh my god, Lady Bedivere, she's in here too. Who would have thought? Thank you for subbing for 17 months. Is it shoutouts? It's shoutouts time.
Yes.
Yeah, I've done this before, a couple times. Skinslip, thank you for subbing for 8 months. Doid, thank you for subbing for 13 months. Critical Hit Plus, thanks for the follow. DJ Tech, thank you for gifting a sub to KJ Kendo, and KJ Kendo, thank you for the follow. KJ Kendo is our KJ from back when we could go to karaoke. He is the
I miss
shit.
you, Ken.
Chris Nip, thank you for subbing for 15 months, and Food Stamps, thank you for the 875 bits and the sub and the follow. And DJ Tech, thank you for gifting a sub to Oceanic 242.
With that said, did you know that if you want to be a subscriber and you have Amazon Prime, you can use Prime Gaming to get a free subscription to your favorite streamer every month, just like Lord Bonk used just now. He used Prime Gaming to get a free subscription to his favorite streamer every month. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can hit ! Prime, follow the instructions, and you get access to our 5 tier 1 emotes, our reaction vids, our access to our subs-only Discord layer if your Discord and Twitch are linked, and it directly supports the channel, which allows us to do things like improve the channel stream over stream. We've gotten lucky enough to be able to improve lighting, cameras, and even been able to help improve some of our friends' equipment, all because of the what your subs have made possible. So hit ! Prime and follow the link in the description from Nightbot. Follow the link from Nightbot.
Yep, nailed it. Yep.
I'm in
description of something. He's in full YouTube.
mode.
He's full YouTube
Yeah.
right now, guys.
For sure.
Oh,
So we are playing a game. It is called Deadlands, and I would tell you all about it, but I am the worst at descriptions. You see what I did there, Nestor? And I am going to let Lady Bedivere handle that one.
I will handle it once my computer handles itself. Yes, we are playing Deadlands. Deadlands is a weird Wild West tabletop. Our story takes place in an alternate history version of the United States where the Civil War is still going in 1876. The United States as we know it is currently governed by somewhere between 5 and 7 different factions. Everything strange, supernatural entities are causing chaos and problems left and right, including the gremlins that are haunting our Discord tonight, clearly. It's a real thing. You can look it up. We are using the 20th Anniversary Core Rules Edition, for those of you who are those kinds of nerds. And we currently have 3 incredibly reluctant protagonists who are dealing with these shenanigans. Let's find out one last time who they are, starting with Julio.
Oh, snap. My name is Nestor. No, just kidding. I play a character named Julio Hexam Juarez, and Julio, by the game's definition, is a man in black, and he is a hunter of the weird. But he has a name that sort of precedes him because he, by and large, is really just a smooth-talking, lucky guy. His experience with the weird has really been like overstated. People think that he's a magic user and he's all these weird things, but he's really not. He's just lucky. He's the type of guy who looks up at the explosions he's created and still is in awe. He's a charmer, a flirt, a hell of a gambler, and a very good drinker.
And tonight I am playing Claude Fox, also known as Second Life. He got that name working on the railroads, held on to a stick of dynamite a little too long, and that is how he became ugly as sin. He has a bunch of shrapnel in the side of his face, but it's okay. People still don't mess with him just because he's deformed, because he's also a gigantic of a man. He carries around his pickaxe. He has loved his time on the rail, but more importantly, he loves hard work and he respects hard work. So he's got some big sights. He think he can take on any job that comes his way, and it might even be the death of him. So I'm really excited to find out tonight.
And if Claude loves and respects hard work, then do I have a character for you? I am playing Leon Robinson, and he is a deserter of the Union Army. He was originally a code breaker, where he intercepted a message from the agency about the slaughter of innocent lives and just couldn't bring himself to stay with the cause any longer. He covered up all of his Union Army tattoos with massive black squares to remind himself that all the army is just a bunch of cover-ups with no real authority. He would love to know how the agency works and, more importantly, who ordered that massacre. And the interesting thing about Leon is that when he's lucky, he's really lucky. But when he's down on his luck, you better watch out, because he also gets really unlucky. But he hasn't been unlucky in 3 games, so I'm sure that will be totally fine.
Gosh, if only there was a way that chat could have an influence on whether Leon's luck changes. Don't know why that thought just occurred to me, but you know. So Deadlands is a different system from D&D. We've got a lot of fun mechanics going on, one of which is everyone's favorite, the fate chips, where I make an obnoxious amount of noise with a bunch of poker chips in a coffee can and then use them to give the boys some additional points they can use to potentially change their fate, or in many cases have used them to buy skills off stream to try to make themselves less likely to die. Everyone gets 3 at the start of the game, with the exception of Leon, who gets 4 because he is a very lucky boy. Let's draw these for the last time, and please, no holds barred. Spend your chips. You won't get another chance to, so tonight's the night.
I will be spending all of my chips, do not worry. I will have to, or else I will probably die.
My first?
Yes.
This first? Okay.
Julio, you will be receiving 2 blues and a
What?
white.
Dude, you took my blue chips.
Gracias, señora.
De nada.
There's really no good chips left.
Claude, I just have this horrible
3
feeling
white,
that
3 white, 3 white.
Yes.
I can work with that. I now have 9 white chips saved up. They're the only ones that stack. I'm totally fine with it.
That's fair. All right, let's see if Leon's luck picks up.
Dude.
There's not a lot of colored chips left. White is the lowest point value, and then red is in the middle, and blue is the most.
Give me that blue chip. Okay, I can work with that. That's 1 red and 3 white, huh?
Yep.
All right,
And,
nailed it.
And then I will draw for my GM's pool, which is fun because I can use it to do horrible things to the characters, but I can also use it to keep the NPCs from dying and allow them to do crazy skill things, because a bunch of them have very interesting skills that the players were banned from using.
Funny thing about that, huh?
GM gets all the fun things.
Hey, it's fine. Last night, I'll work with what I got.
There you go.
All right. Well, the fate chips are drawn, the stage is set, and it's time for some sort of final showdown. This is Deadlands. Go west, they say, and find your fortune. Trouble is, fortune is a wheel. Sometimes she can lift you to great heights, but just as swiftly she can crush you beneath the weight of all the world she carries.
But that doesn't have to stop you. A lot of folks find the peculiar tenacity that drives them to fame and riches beyond their wildest dreams. So, if you've got the gumption, go west. Just keep all three eyes open if you do, lest you end up in the Deadlands.
And we are back. And music is on.
Hey, wonderful. So yeah, last week we got a significant step closer to completing our mission. With a team of horses hired and no one in imminent danger of dying, the team raced away from Dodge City. And finally made their way to the eerie and uncomfortable city of Denver, another contested city that has a lot of different interests from a lot of different groups and serves as a point of convergence for several of the rail lines. Once there, we once again made friends with the person who works at the post office. We met a cowgirl who happens to be the ex-girlfriend of our favorite bartender back in Chicago. Had a lovely chat there. We started a street fight, hilariously. Or rather, I should say...
You're welcome.
Julio caused Leon to start a street fight.
And I did better than expected.
You did not get as hurt as you could have. That is very true. But possibly most importantly, we spotted someone who looked almost exactly like Julio sneaking into the shadows. We heard some more rumors about the agency. We ran into some Wasatch boys who talked about the Star Chamber, and then Prudence arrived with a skinny little blonde fellow named Charles hot on her tail. And just when you thought, finally, perhaps we were going to make some progress, a man named Andrew Lane showed up. A man who looks an awful fucking goddamn like the dearly deceased former president of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. And that's where we are right now. We are standing awkwardly in Constance's hotel room. I believe Claude and Charles are flanking the doorway. Prudence is sitting on the edge of the bed looking kind of deer in the headlights at this entire situation. Julio and Leon are staring, possibly somewhat agape, and Constance has just allowed this Andrew Lane into the room. He's a very tall, slender man. You all know what he looks like. He looks like Abraham Lincoln. He looks exactly like Abraham Lincoln. I don't have to describe him. He's wearing a Stetson cowboy hat and a fringed leather jacket. Work boots. Looks like he just rode in off the trail.
Sorry.
Oh, Mr. President?
Haven't heard that in a while, but they generally call me director now. We don't really do presidencies in the agency.
Sorry, director. Yeah, just need a moment to get my words. Oh, Belle wanted me to let you know she's still riding the rails.
Oh, yes. He turns and he taps on the door behind him, and the door cracks open, and you see Belle pops her head in. Something wrong, sir? He goes, no, just checking that you're there. All right, I'll watch the hallway. She looks at you, Claude. She kind of gives you a little nod. She ducks back out.
Why are you here?
Well, I was conducting some other business that brought me nearby, and heard this one was getting into town. Thought I should come see what all the commotion was and find out if this was sanctioned business or off our books. And he looks over at Constance.
Off of what books?
The I presume by now you've all figured out that Captain Tenacity here was working for the agency before her untimely demise.
Oh, Wicked Bloodshed, thank you for gifting that sub to Modlight. Modlight, welcome back.
Perhaps I should take a quick step back. So of course, so we're clear, none of this conversation is occurring. If you catch my drift. I am currently the director for the western end of the agency, operating with the knowledge of, but independence from, Mr. Pinkerton back east. We needed someone to oversee things who had a little better understanding of how things work out here. You know, there are things out here that we don't have back east, and we need the people who know what they're up against. I happen to be one of those people.
So, wait. How did you, is it like sliding into a bag, or is it like do you just like zip it up? Like just like, I would love to know like the process.
I don't quite follow.
Are you
Well, I
asking
mean-
this man how he faked his death?
Oh, no, not at all. Like, you know, you gotta like slide on in there somehow, right? Like, you know, you don't just, you just wake up like that?
Yes. I mean, it wasn't a pleasant waking, but that is more or less how it works. I presume the captain hasn't really told you about the process then? And Constance just looks, she's like, why on earth would I be discussing the process of that with any of these folks?
I mean,
you're
given the
here.
choice, I'll skip that process.
Oh, I very much do not recommend it, if given the option. I, was not. But as it turns out, always had a bit of fight in me. Seems that, continues to be the case, and I've got things more under control than most. So for as long as I can, I'll continue with the good work that I started.
Well, but like, what's your liquor of choice?
I don't work closely enough with anyone for that to be much of an issue, although I did splash some very cheap whiskey that Miss Smith provided me on my jacket before I came in, just to keep things pleasant.
Back of the head?
This doesn't seem like appropriate conversation, whereas we do have a bit of a timetable I think we need to address.
Yes, that is quite evident. So, Captain Tenacity, is this agency business? And she just kind of like looks around at all of you and looks at him and just very slowly shakes her head.
Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Director. Sounds like you don't need to be here then, and we've been privately contracted and can take it from here.
Well, much as I wish I could offer you some help, I really shouldn't stay here any longer than I have to. Denver's a dangerous place, especially for people like myself. I will send what word I can to the spooks not to engage with you, Captain, but, if the marshals are after you, I cannot help you, even with my own considerable influence, and, in the event that you are no longer the dominant personality, orders are orders. And she just kind of nods. Heard and understood, Sir. I hope whatever risks you are all taking here have been worth it. Godspeed. And he just kind of like gives a little nod, taps the door, and then opens it and goes to leave.
Julio follows him.
Sure. You step out into the hallway and you do see that Belle is standing in the hallway. You can tell by her posture she's like doing like the casual wall lean, but she's definitely got like a concealed gun like tucked down in her waistband that her hand is on.
Sorry, who's Belle?
Belle is the deputy conductor from the train who gave you guys the map and
yeah. Okay, sorry.
Has a
sorry.
gigantic scar running down her face.
She's the one with the knife
yes,
scar.
Yes. I just forgot her name. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll follow down and go. Director, sir.
Yes.
Do you happen to have information on an agent, the name Hector? I don't remember Hector's last name, Alandra. Maybe you can help me out here.
I don't know if you ever got it. It's Hector Velasquez.
Oh, we did. Yeah.
Okay.
You did?
Hector
I
Velasquez.
wrote it down.
Okay, I was like, I could not remember who knew his last name and who didn't, so... But yeah, it's Hector Velasquez. I can't words tonight. This will be fun. Yes, Agent Velasquez is one of our, one of my agents generally stationed here, but travels as needed.
It would seem our appearances are just similar enough to get me into a little bit of trouble.
I can see that.
I'm not going to pretend to know the reach the agency seeks to have. But is there a way by which I can get a hold of him? I
will make sure he finds you. Not in a frightening way. I'm sorry, I know how that can come across. But he is one of the people who I was in the area to confer with about a matter. So I will make sure your paths cross.
Thank you, senor.
Of course. You're ever looking for a job, I'd certainly take you under consideration. You seem like a fellow who knows what this kind of work leads to.
Yes, sir. Well, for what it's worth, it would mean more to me if you perhaps were able to forget me. And we're able to make sure that the Pinkertons forgot me as well. That the agency forgot me as well, excuse me.
I'll see what I can do.
Right.
Look, I don't have control over everything, the agency, but I will say a strongly worded letter from President Grant to Mr. Pinkerton will go a long way in ensuring that your name is struck from the records, and President Grant and I have a very special relation.
Well, then I look forward to hearing about that letter.
Certainly.
And Julio turns and walks away and like kind of tips his head to Belle.
She gives you the nod. She does not follow Mr. Lane. She stays in the hallway. She is still outside the door. Yeah, you go back in the room. Everybody's still there. Kind of like everybody looking around at each other. Charles looks real confused. Prudence is just kind of staring at Constance, waiting for an explanation, and Constance is just like, well, that was a peculiar blip in my memory. It's almost like I blacked out for a moment and don't recall what happened. How's everyone doing? Everyone feel all right? Need some water? Need some beverages? And Prudence immediately is like, yeah, that was curious. It's like we were coming from the train, and then all of a sudden we were just here.
Leon just can't hold in laughter.
I'm just gonna have just a big hand just slap Leon in the chest and be like, I'm gonna get some air. And just immediately light up a cigar and step into the hallway.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think that Leon kind of follows you into the hallway as well.
Excellent. Yeah, Belle's standing there outside the door. She kind of just nods at y'all as you step out. Well, how'd that go?
Not sure what you're talking about. Had some vapors drop. Everyone's just got a bit clouded head, so we're just getting some fresh air.
Oh yeah, you gotta be careful. Some of these places with the gas lighting, if you turn it on, you don't get that flame lit. Gets real hazy. Might want to pop a window open next time.
You don't have a return service?
Oh, I had a weird inkling that maybe I should stick around when the train turned around. I was due for some leave anyway, so I just called in a couple favors and then stopped by the office, and Mr. Lane was there and asked me to come along.
Yeah, I heard your train saw some commotion. Must have been real stressful. Probably, warranted quite a few breaks. Just a couple of cars exploding and attempt at sabotage or robbery.
Been a long time since I've been on a train that just straight blew up like that. Thank God, it was just a baggage car and unoccupied sleeper car that we happened to be towing. Also, you see, you hear the click of her putting the hammer back into place. She reaches in her back pocket. She pulls out 2 sticks of dynamite. I think you left these in the safe.
Much obliged. Yeah, go ahead and take those and add them to the cigar box. And I'll go ahead and take out a cigar and hand it off to her.
Yeah, she'll take it.
Yeah, such service. Really appreciate that. These are going to come in handy.
Get that impression. So, how have your travels been?
Oh, eventful. Got to see a doctor. Haven't gotten to do that in a few years. Got some, delicious tasting pills. That'll help. Got this nice ointment I can rub.
Sorry, what?
A couple coyotes bit me.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm glad you're all right.
Coyotes had it coming to them.
They usually do.
But no, it's certainly been an interesting ride, and I think we're heading back east if you're interested in coming.
I mean, I certainly don't want to go any further west, and I definitely don't want to stay in Denver if I can help it, so I might take you up on that if you've got room and all.
I would certainly welcome the company.
So, your boss, she ever find what she was looking for?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's part of the reason why we're heading back. Half the job's done. Just got to return back the aforementioned seeking of the product.
Well, judging by how getting out here went, what's the worst that could happen, right?
Yeah, it should all be downhill from here.
Belle kind of glances over at Leon too and is like, "How are you doing?"
Oh yeah, I'm just doing good. Just trying to catch my breath here.
He's doing well.
I'm doing good. Just trying to, this guy hits hard.
Mm-hmm. I could see that. Why'd you deserve getting hit?
He had a fit of the laughs. Just felt inappropriate.
Of course.
Yeah, and they're still coming up. I still feel them down there. I'm trying to open up the windpipe a little bit. It's a little tight right now. Hey, I got a question for you, Belle.
Shoot.
How much do you know about the directors and Constance's condition?
I'm not paid to ask questions. I'm paid to do a job.
Yeah, that was not my question.
No, but that's your answer.
Look, and I look over like this. There's like a little bit of fear in Leon's eyes, and I look over at Claude. Look, the director said that Constance is teetering on the verge of something. Look, if you know something, anything, on how to like subdue that other half, look, we need to know. Like, this is of utmost importance, and I'm willing to like roll a bluff or something on this. Like,
I don't think you need to. Honestly, I think she kind of considers this for a minute, and then she just kind of like leans in, kind of like motions for you to like lean in real close. Aim for the head. And if you've got any friends with magic, now's the time to call in your favors.
Despite Leon's concern and press for information, it does seem like things are stable.
Oh, Claude, they're stable up until they're not. Weren't you there at the train tracks? Like, everything was fine and dandy until the tumbleweeds came tumbling. Well, that was cool, but
yeah, I wasn't actually there with whatever tumbleweed business you were talking about. I was there in the
oh
tunnel
no, that
when,
was sorry, that was the other big guy. Sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
We're a dime a dozen, but no, I was there in the tunnels when Constance was the only person to actually take down those coyotes trying to tear my guts out.
Well, if I wasn't puking up my guts, man, I would have had.
Yeah, you're real reliable.
Thank you.
I know exactly what you'll do.
Julio, I will give you the option of walking in on this conversation as you are returning, or you can just walk past it and go back in the room.
Actually, my intent was to go back and talk to Constance. I was just letting this play out.
No, that's totally fine. I just realized, like, you would have to probably pass at least some of this as you're coming back, so if you wanted to participate, no, great, then
Nope.
you're in the room.
I am set to talk to Constance. Set
Perfect.
on talking to Constance.
Perfect.
I do think we do need to do some planning about our next step. I think time is running out for luxuries of pleasantries, so...
Well, if you just want to get out fast, just let me know. I can get us on any rail line that's heading out.
It's a good option to consider, and
Yeah,
my offer still stand. I would love to take you back east with us.
I'm more than happy to go at least some of the way, but yeah, talk to your red-headed devil in there first.
Will do. Ma'am? Yeah, I'll head back in.
Yeah, so while this has been playing out in the hallway, Julio, you have come back in to the room where Prudence, Constance, and Charles are.
Okay, great. I'm gonna walk right up to Constance and sit in a chair across from her.
Totally.
And I'll kind of turn to the other two and I'll say, "A minute, please."
Constance kind of looks and goes, connecting room is Claude's. I don't think he'd mind if y'all ducked in for a moment. And they will nod and go into the next room over. We're just going to invent that these rooms have connecting doors.
Okay.
We paid for them. Yeah,
Of
they're
course.
there.
And so Julio
Add it to the tab.
will lean back slightly and look at Constance and say, "It's time we opened up a little bit about how much we know each other."
Fair enough.
Big reveal. Here it comes. 3 months before I signed to your job. How long is that? A month, actually. Let's say a month before I signed to your job, I was approached by the agency and held to blackmail to report on you. It's evident that perhaps you are not the one who is really the trouble here, but maybe the person who is blackmailing me.
Well, that certainly explains a thing or two. Shame about their timing. If they'd gotten you on me sooner, maybe I wouldn't be dead.
But why do they want you at all?
I'm what the agency considers to be somewhat of a loose cannon. Not in the sense that I would actively go against them. I very much enjoy my employment, and I have a certain level of dedication to the causes the agency promotes of freedom, justice, and equality. More so, I'm considered dangerous because very much of what I am. I spent 10 years seducing and murdering my way through every high-level Confederate family I could get to. And that makes certain people uneasy on a moral level, more than anything else. They're equally unsettled by the fact that I seem to have little to no compunction about this. But, you know, my justification's on my own. I would imagine that they set you on me at that particular time because I had suddenly gone from incredibly easy to trace to dead silent. Almost literally, because I was, as you know, trying to recover from this little incident. Went to ground, dyed my hair, rented an office in Chicago, started making plans to get Prudence out.
You understand how the agency might consider you suspicious because of your actions.
Oh, I'm certain that they were fully afraid that I was about to turncoat on them. Also, I guess I should make it clear, I am quite certain at this point that the man who killed me is out to repeat the job now that he realizes he wasn't quite finished. And if he arrives, I will have to take him out.
Is that man Hector Velasquez?
No. I'm not sure what Hector's part in all of this is. I only know his name, and I know that he's stationed here. Apparently, we work in very different departments, as it were.
Very well, Senora. I will finish this job with you. I fortunately don't feel as though I have a choice, as you're my only way home.
Oh.
But
that's some other business that we should discuss once we're all back together. But please continue.
But should I find myself at a crossroads between your life and mine, and it turns out that you are a traitor, and you do work with the Confederacy, I will kill you.
Fair enough.
And then Julio stands up and, sort of, pops his vest, pulls out the flask, uncaps it, and offers it to her.
She takes it, and she takes a swig, and then she reaches, for your pocket and reaches for your deck of cards.
Okay.
She pulls it out, sets it on the table, cuts the deck in half, and then deals 3 cards to each of you. Care to see which way, our luck is turning?
Sure. Ooh. Fuck. You can see my cards, right?
Let me see if it's letting me see them today. I can. Oh my. Okay. She looks at her cards. She kind of smirks. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Constance has the Ace of Hearts, the Ace of Spades, and the 5 of Clubs.
I have a Joker, a Jack of Hearts, and a 4 of Clubs. Joker's the real bummer there.
Well, no. So Constance just looks at it and goes, "Curious. It would seem you've drawn a hand for your companions, and I've drawn for mine." She takes the Jack of Hearts and tucks it in your pocket. She and then she kind of takes the Joker and the 4 of Clubs and waves them towards the door.
Julio puts the deck back together and grabs the cards from her hand and puts them in the same pocket, but puts the deck of cards in the other pocket.
Nice.
And then walks out.
Excellent. Yep, your friends are smoking in the hallway, or rather Claude and Belle are smoking in the hallway. I don't know what Leon's doing.
He's still like, I think he's like massaging his chest, trying to like.
I
like
did
trying
increase
to
my strength between last session and this session.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm glad.
Yeah, I mean, I think Julio will already have his flask out, and he'll kind of turn and look at them, and like, kind of, gentlemen.
Hey,
Does he need some, sorry, wrong accent. Does he need some medical assistant? He's really seeming to have some breathing trouble. You don't have consumption, do you? Because like they've got folks who take care of that, but
no.
I mean, sometimes he does seem to consume my spirit, but oh wait, sorry. Ow.
Yeah,
you been,
see,
you coughed up any blood recently?
He will be.
Okay. I see. I understand now. All right. So, do we need to talk to the boss? Settle up the plan? What's happening?
Yeah, I think a powwow is in order.
Great. I'll go first. And she just kind of like looks at you guys, and then she heads into the room, kind of to give you all a moment to talk amongst yourselves if you want to before you go in to have the group conversation.
Well,
So-
I think one of the last things she said is that she's willing to pay us out.
Oh, yeah, that's great. But did I hear correctly that if she turns, that Andrew Lane is going to come back to off her?
I highly doubt that a man of his status would be the personal butler to see through that task. But
it's kind of doing Miss Constance a little disservice, don't you think? I
Look,
mean, maybe
you're a smart guy, right? You like to think of yourself as a smart person, correct? All right, so the man we just saw, he's been like her for 11 years. She's been like her for
3
6 months? 3 months?
3 months.
Yeah, I think she's got plenty of time. And last I checked, if I were to take one of the two of them in a fight, it'd be the tall, ugly one.
You think?
Hell yeah.
Okay. What about you, Julio? What do you? I mean, in fisticuffs, do you, Constance or tall Andrew Lane?
I would say I never underestimate a woman,
Okay.
especially one who could come back from the dead.
I'm just saying, out of the two of them, one of them has experience killing people firsthand.
What if our involvement stops here?
I think we all get a paycheck, we all go our separate ways, and this becomes a fun story we hopefully get to tell our grandchildren.
So I mean, are you guys all going back east, or are you guys going out? Keep going west.
Return service was always going to be a contingent second phase, and I'd like to see that through. There's also something that doesn't feel right about just abandoning our employer. She definitely didn't do wrong by us. It feels weird to just leave her in the wind and giving her the coin flip of a chance at what might be her last fight.
Yeah, so it sounds like we probably want to help her, maybe lay witness to that last fight.
You're saying you just want to sit and watch and see what happens, or are you actually going to help?
Well, I mean, if
What last fight exactly are you expecting to happen?
Well, she keeps talking about there's a man hunting her and that he may have already been in Denver, and that the ticking talk that we have might just be this, I guess he might be a marshal coming after her, or someone hired by her stepdaddy. I think the details are just behind that door, but...
Yeah, no. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm getting a vested my interest that is vesting is growing in this your final fight. Yep, I'm a smart man.
Right. Shall we get back in? See how the sisters are doing?
Yeah, Leon just goes right through the door.
Julio takes a drink of whiskey and walks to the door.
Prudence and Charles have re-entered the room. Belle is still doing her casual wall lean with a hand on a gun you can't see, just on the inside wall this time. She and Constance are kind of staring at each other. Go ahead and give me cognition checks on Sitch in the room.
Sure that can't be a scrutinize?
Sure, why not? Have scrutinize. I'll throw you all some bones. It's the last big outing.
Bones.
That'll actually be a 16 for me.
God damn.
I forgot to adjust my wounds
say,
after my medicine.
Yeah, this is with sight, I would imagine. Yeah, it's a 10 for me, dog.
Yeah, just a 10. Julio, you don't read the room quite as well as everybody else, probably just because you're a little absorbed in the conversation you just had. But the other two of you could definitely tell, there is clearly a sizing up for who's the alpha happening right now between Belle and Constance. Not so much in a am I gonna take you way, but more in a do you have orders I don't know about way.
Right. That makes sense.
Because again, they clearly have already clocked that they both worked for the agency. They figured that out when you guys had to flee to Pika. But yeah, so there is definitely some just silent sizing up happening right there. Charles looks like he would really love to be literally anywhere else right now. He's just kind of doing he seems a little sweaty and a little antsy. He's the one who keeps kind of shifting and stuff. Prudence has returned and is sitting on the bed and has pulled a tiny little Bible out of somewhere, probably in her bag or something, and is just very calmly reading. It's very reminiscent. It's almost identically reminiscent to what Constance did for the first portion of the train ride, where she's just perfectly still and reading.
Well, I think it's time that we formulate a bit of a plan and maybe negotiate a second contract.
Yes, so, I suppose we should indeed address that matter. As far as I'm concerned, you have fulfilled the terms of your initial contract and are therefore, released from its bonds. I can pay you out right now in cash, or I can give you a bearer bond to take to the bank, whatever is your preference. In regards to a continuation of your work, it is now very important to me to get Prudence out of here, and preferably as swiftly and stealthily as possible so that anyone else who may be trying to follow her cannot. Hopefully, I can put her somewhere safe where she can then wait an appropriate amount of time and then proceed into the legal claims which she will need to make on her inheritance due to my death. If any of you are willing to help take that on, we could certainly negotiate a contract around the terms of escorting her back.
I'd also like to see myself getting back east, and I'd be happy to accompany your sister. The other thing that's weighing on my mind is, are you heading back east?
To be determined. And she
What's
looks over
the,
at like Charles and Belle a little bit to see if she gets a read from either of them.
Well, if it's about your tail, that can also be a contract.
I don't think it's the kind of contract you're particularly inclined toward, Mr. Fox.
My first contract had protecting you clearly outlined in it.
This one's going to be a little bit less protection. This one's a little more in line with revenge.
Is this your revenge, or is this stopping someone else's?
Bit of both. I think Daddy got his revenge on a technicality, but clearly someone along the way figured out that it didn't take as well as they thought. That's my concern. I don't know if this fellow who's tailing me is coming after me because he thinks he did not succeed the first time, or because he knows why he did not. If it is the former, I'm no longer concerned, because I will easily be able to take care of him. If he knows what has become of me and my current state, then this is going to be a far more difficult and dangerous deed to accomplish.
Yeah, that sounds like a self-defense in my book, and would stand in any court, so...
Oh, sugar, I'm not worried about the courts.
Yeah, but it clears my conscience enough.
Y'all have already been through far more than I intended to ask of anyone, so you are ready to be released from your contracts. There's no hard feelings.
One contract's done. I'm looking for work.
A good revenge story always piques my interest when I'm thumbing through books to read. So yeah, that's not like I got anything else to do. But yeah, no, I'm.
Oh, you're not gonna.
I do love me a good revenge.
Is that for the sake of the revenge, or are you still hoping to get answers to your questions, Mr. Robinson?
I mean, which do you want to hear?
I'd settle for something less than the flim-flam that normally comes out of your mouth.
Look,
Second.
I need you alive right now.
Why is that? Because I'm not. So you've already failed in that goal.
Let me rephrase. I need you cognizant.
And why is that, Mr. Robinson?
Because
Why?
Because Claude and Julio, they may desire riches, but I will do this for free. In exchange, and by free I mean I will do this without monetary compensation. But what I do want, if you're still alive on the other end of this, is that I want you to get me in front of Andrew Lane alone. I got some questions for him.
You severely underestimate the kind of pull that I have. You want to speak to Andrew Lane alone. Your best bet is to run out of this room right now, head down the street, and hope you can spot him before he disappears into the shadows.
He's the tall one.
Yeah, no, I get it. You know, I think that we can, you know, I believe in you and your ability.
Funny. You're very funny. And you, Mr. Juarez? Do you care to stay on, or are you ready to simply move forward and leave this all behind you?
This is like such a horrible song for
right?
like, how much my decision like actually means to Julio.
It's on random.
I know.
Can play you the soothing sounds of the harmonica.
I'll just vamp.
Just one note.
I could. Oh God. I could just vamp as Charles suddenly is just like, forgive me for interrupting. Do I need to be here right now? And Constance was like, Charlie, shut up. My contract is also ended per the terms of our agreement, and Constance just like, oh great, thanks for interrupting the serious moment.
Okay, so I, the player, will tell you my problem.
Yes.
Julio is not a revenge type, right? So he's like,
right.
No fucking interest in the revenge thing. But I think that he looks at Constance and he kind of goes, and he looks at her and goes, my interest is not in revenge, but I do have a vested interest in your story.
I could also certainly use the help keeping Prudence safe for the next, couple 100 miles.
I'll join you. But I'll need double the pay and time with you for research. And he like pats his like journal that he's been keeping his like his all of his weird all the weird shit he's seen.
Oh yeah, she just smirks a little and is like, huh, what a peculiar turnaround. Normally the gentlemen pay me. She goes over to her satchel, flips it open, pulls out a big book of looks like bearer bonds, and hands you each a $1,000 bearer bond. That is for your last contract.
Sorry, I'm imagining a world where someone is just like, here's a bond, bro. Okay, go on.
Look, this whole game is ridiculous. So that's the point we're at. Yep. She also clearly had these, like, you can tell, like, she clearly must have, this is probably what she did in that, like, couple hours of prep time before you guys left Chicago, was that she got all of this stuff set up and ready to go. Because she clearly knew you guys were likely to bail at any second, especially if shit got weird. So she hands those out to you, as well as her copies of your contracts. You know, like signs off, they'll basically like completed, whatever, and hands them back.
Mm-hmm.
And then she reaches down to the bag and goes, "Right, double, you said? Well, sorry, Prudy. Looks like we're tapping into your savings once more." And you see Prudence just like smirks. It's like, as long as that's not touching the plantation, I don't really care. And Constance starts filling out some more paperwork. Charles, very antsy over in the corner, is like, while you're there, and Belle just basically does to him what Claude previously did to Leon. Just like smacks him in the chest really hard, walks over to Constance, grabs another one of these like bearer bonds that she's just kind of like reaches out of the pile, is just like, excuse me. Goes over, hands it to Charles, and she's like, just go. Just I don't, just go home. And he just bails. Like, you see Constance shakes her head. I never should have let him live. I thought he'd be useful. He is whinier than a cat in heat. Alright, terms and conditions. $2,000 upon the, safe return of my sister to somewhere in the northeast. I do not particularly care where. I just need her away from her father. Have to... Is it all his sister, if anybody gets hurt? It seems to be the running trend.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Excellent. Double if we cross borders. I see recall was a requirement. Anything else I should add this time around, given our new circumstances?
I mean, are you coming with us to take care of any costs upon travel, or?
If I'm not with you, Prudence will be able to access counts in my name.
I just want to make sure we don't have to show up to a hotel and beg for a room.
I don't believe that will be a problem.
You want any contingencies written in there for any sort of check-ins after the completion of the delivery?
Truth be told, don't know I'm going to make it long enough to get that check-in, so I am putting a surprising amount of faith in your personal integrity, gentlemen.
I shoot a look over at Claude when she says that.
I can feel the eyes, and it just, like, the knuckles just immediately clench up. I'm like, nope, you can't hit him right now. Can't hit him right now. Yeah, well, I'd like to see a chicken. Oh.
You can send word to my office in Chicago. If I do not return there, my mail is forwarded to various other places based on my instructions.
Oh, you mean that fake one?
The one that I rented for the purposes of hiring individuals to accompany me on this journey? Yes, that office.
Yeah, okay. There's some good brunch around there.
So I'm told. I have not consumed anything other than raw meat and whiskey in the last several months, so I'm afraid I have not had the chance to try it.
Brunch is not a bad idea.
You do see Prudence looks up at that and just kind of like gives her a look like, oh my god, that sounds awful. just like very delicate teenage girl disgust. Like, oh no, that's bad.
I would like one thing added into my contract. I'd like the ability to hire on additional help, sort of day services. Expenses can come from anywhere. I'll even cover it and get reimbursed at the end of it. But I think if we're looking for safety, we might need just one more set of hands. We'll keep them in the dark. They do good work. They don't ask a lot of questions. But I got someone in mind.
I'm disinclined to share any further information beyond this group and what has already been told.
Information is a ticket back east for her, and that's all she'll care about.
All right.
Hey, if it comes from me, she's not going to pry anymore.
You think you've got someone trustworthy, and Lane's watchdog here proves it.
I certainly do, and I certainly think they'll stand up to anyone's watch. Damn good with horses, far better than me, and I think I'm the only one in here with experience, so...
Prudence kind of looks at him and goes, I can ride. If it comes down to it.
Hopefully it won't, but it's good to know.
Alright, well, how are we going to make our way out of town, gentlemen? I would like to be as swift and discreet as possible, in hopes of avoiding any tails or catching anyone who is tailing us.
Least amount of eyes, I think, is going to be horse. I think we get a carriage, we head on out quickly as possible. I think more importantly, I don't know if your sister can remain a blonde. Sorry to say it, but no one forgets a blonde.
If I'm hunting somebody, I keep all eyes on every exit. Need a distraction. And a big one.
That's exactly why I have someone in mind to help us.
Claude, you hear Belle under her breath behind you, just be like, good thing I saved you that dynamite.
Oh, that's... Yeah. Yeah. I need about 45 minutes of prep, but I think I can take care of a distraction, a comparable disguise for your sister, and we have a wagon and horses. We might need to just swap out our wagon for maybe a different model just to help with the elusiveness. But that can all be taken care of within the hour.
Alright, Miss Smith, perhaps I can prevail upon you to assist in providing some means of disguise for Prudence here, as I believe you would have access to agency resources. I have other business which I must attend to, and she kind of like waves all these like papers that she's drawn up in terms of putting some legalities in place and sending a few notes to call people off their watches. And the rest of you can proceed about whatever business you feel needs to be taken care of. We shall meet back here in an hour.
Sounds great.
Very well.
Very well. She reaches into her pocket, pulls out this, like, the wad of cash that has been slowly dwindling throughout the Chris Travels, and just kind of, like, shakes her head and just tosses it to Julio. Divvy it amongst yourselves. Whatever you need to get the job done. She goes over to Prudence, takes her hand, gives it a little squeeze, gives her a nod, and Constance leaves.
Miss Prudence, I'm looking forward to working with you. Claude, if you need anything, and I'll see you in about an hour.
I'm sure it'll be a pleasure. Anybody who my sister trusts, bound to be good friends. Or something like that.
Something of the sort. Go ahead and hang on to that hat for me. And as I leave, I'll just check in with Belle real quick. Are you sticking around here, or are you got your own accords?
I'm just here to make sure you all hopefully get out. So I'll stick with the girl.
Appreciate that. I'll also put in a word downstairs, make sure that anyone comes asking for us, we're not in.
Oh, don't worry, it's already taken care of.
Just more and more reasons to like you. See you soon.
Hey, you don't think I got this job because of my looks, right?
I know I did.
Leon can't hold in a just like, oh, I can laugh again. I'm better. And he walks out of the room before Claude can do anything.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, he's gonna get shoulder checked on the way out.
Bell trips it. Roll a deafness check.
Love to. Well, that's not
the
good.
roll. Botch the roll.
It's not a good roll. It's a 2.
Oh,
Not a bust though. I don't die
Not a
from
bust.
being tripped.
No, but you definitely are like laughing. You dodge the shoulder check, and then you don't see her just kind of like kick her foot out behind her, just fully. Yep.
I think Claude's gonna like look down and like give a big smile, and then his face is just gonna go blank real quick, and he's gonna give a super fast peck on the cheek to Belle, and then leave immediately.
Love it. Yep. You lean in, you make your move, you jump over Leon's prone body, and you book it out down the hallway.
I'd like to meet Claude outside. And I will just be sitting there like flask in hand of this seemingly never-ending whiskey, and I'll just say, so
You guys have only whiskey. That is your only supply that you just never run out of because you have so much of it.
Pocket bottles.
I'll look at him and I'll just say, so what's the planning on that?
First stop, bank. This bond is immediately getting transferred over to my sister. Yeah, don't know if this money's going to make it completely back east, but I'm going to be sure of it. So, second stop, general store. We need something to dirty up that hair, Prudence, and hell, can grab a sewing kit too, and just get her a new garb if need be. Third stop, you met Bonnie, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, she's one of the best cowpoke in the area. We get her on board, we can get a stampede running right through town, and then she'll join us and carry our cart out back east. It's gonna be hell of a hubbub, and honestly, she's been working up to have enough money saved to get back east. We flash her $100 up front, $10 a day, $100 on arrival. We got one of the best guns in the West coming with us.
Julio makes a point of like letting the piece of dynamite that was in his sleeve slide out, and he puts it back into his vest and goes, "Oh, your plan is much quieter than mine."
Trust me, dynamite's always the favorite option, but after using it enough times, it's not always the hammer to every nail.
Very well. Lead the way.
So yeah, hoofing it to the bank and immediately transferring it. Just head to the Wells Fargo, get that wire transfer in there. Yeah,
Absolutely.
and just get that immediately written off over to my sister.
And I also want to follow to the bank, and I want to cash that thing into cash money.
$dollar bills, y'all.
The teller definitely gives you a little bit of side eye, but only a little bit. It's Denver. And then just cash out easy, wire transfer initiates. No hitches, no problems. Everything processes and goes through.
I make some excuse about homesteading.
Teller is just kind of like gives you the like, I don't know or care. I don't want to know. You don't have to tell me things. Sorry, I'm looking through my like massive list of NPCs from last week to see if I put any notes about where Bonnie is staying.
I think she mentioned that she was writing out, so I think at the general store, I'm going to basically put out the message of, hey, Bonnie, I got a job. Stat pays well. Good money. Claude. P.S. I mean good money.
Totally. Yeah, you could definitely...
Actually, the P.S. will be back east money.
Very good. Yep, you can totally leave that at the store, the post office, the bank, pretty much anywhere, and it'll start circulating. This is a western town. There's lots of people in and out, so it's pretty standard to just like, oh, you need to get a message out? We'll just start telling everybody until it gets to the person you need it to. Cool. All that's super easy. General store, real easy to go.
Yeah, general store, just
stuff.
grabbing all sorts of dyes and things like that. Probably not the bright red henna, if I can, but like, I mean, if need be, it's going to be...
I was going to say, hair dye's
wood.
not super common, like, as an actual functional thing, so what you're probably looking for is, like, coffee, or coffee, bag of walnuts.
Coffee, bag of walnuts. I'll grab some, like, coal. I'll grab some, like, water and oil as well, just to, like, start doing it. Like, I've heard of my sister doing it with some of this stuff for her friends.
Yeah, totally.
I know the general store is going to have a bunch of things. So yeah, anything that leaves any sort of big permanent color that isn't just straight up the henna dye to make her look exactly like her sister would be great.
You don't think running around with two unnaturally bright redheaded girls who look very similar and have incredibly strange behavior is going to be a problem for some reason?
Nope. And if at all possible, another change of clothes of the approximate size for Prudence.
Yeah, you could probably find something pretty basic, or at least you can find like a work shirt or something, work shirt and trousers even.
Yeah, I think that'll be even better. Work shirt, trousers, and then also like a big coat.
Nice. Leon, were you planning to attempt to do anything else while you kind of got this hour or two?
Yes. I want to so Denver and you can wave me down if this is something that Leon would not be able to do or find. But Leon wants to like take his $1,000 and go and like try like start like asking around, and he could like pay some people off for this, but like because he knows that like the fucking weird are in and around Denver. He wants to go like find some kind of item that he can buy with his buku bucks, like that could like he wants to go buy like a holy hand grenade or something or something like that, you know.
Okay, so are you looking for like a practical item? Are you looking for like the most expensive kitschy version of I went to the Mile High City and all I got was this shitty t-shirt? Are you looking for like
he's like looking he's looking for something that he can like, you know, that's like specifically made for like, you know, the like this will purge the weird. Like he like wants to buy something that he like for, you know, thinks that he could like if he gets close enough that he could like you know, rip out a hall like a harrowed from a toast, like or something like that.
Okay.
And like I know that's a huge order, but like that and I know that I probably won't get a Deuce X, but I would that is what Leon wants to do in this time. He is like laser focused on being like, okay, I'm gonna see Andrew and I need to fucking be ready when I do.
Great. I'm just looking. I'm looking up something really quick to see what you might be able to track down, because there are things that can do stuff like that. Unfortunately, I don't think any of them are located in Denver.
Damn.
Specifically because of the Revenant.
Right, of course.
So... Oh! Okay, I know what would be in Denver. Interesting. Alright. You guys are really knocking it out of the park this entire game, I have to say, on coming up with the one thing that I never would have guessed that you guys would do. And so then I have to be like, hey, chat, entertain yourselves while I read the handbook again.
I figure out what the fuck I have to do.
Like, God damn it. Okay. Cool. So, just in what way are you going about? Like, are you gonna go try to like talk to somebody specific about this, or are you just
I'm going to fucking Marco.
Going to Marco? Okay. I will say, since Prudence's train came in at 3, we are now getting close to opening time because you recall earlier in the day when you guys were kind of lurking around, or maybe you weren't there, but Julio would know at least, and he may have passed on that the bar essentially opens at 4, or that's when people that you're trying to talk to are most likely to actually be there. So, yeah, but yeah, you can go talk to Marco, who I wrote down somewhere. There he is. Great.
And does he technically still think I'm Hector's friend?
I don't think.
I'm just wondering if that got cleared up, because last time we talked to him, that was when we made the reservation, right?
Right. I don't think you guys specified that you weren't Hector. I think you guys.
No,
just
I'll say. In fact, I think
you
that
gave
we
him a
said
fake
that we
name.
were Hector.
I believe he said that he was Hector, and then you gave him a fake name, which I wrote down somewhere.
It was probably something stupid like Chaz.
It's Chuck.
Yeah. Okay. I was really close.
Julio gave the name Miguel and asked for a reservation in the basement, and you gave the name Chuck and asked for the back room for gambling.
Yep.
So yeah. So he spots you, and he's just like, "Hey, it's still like 20 minutes."
Yeah. No, Hey, thanks for getting us in here the other day. But
It's been
I'm
like
looking...
3 hours. This
Yeah.
is the same day, but yes.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. The other day, look, days are fucking weird in my life. But you look like the kind of guy who knows where I could find something a little unnatural.
I mean, look, you just... Once you're inside, you get a menu. It tells you what all the girls are into. There's something for everyone. They'll find you. You can ask them. You just gotta ask and be nice about it. A bunch of them do weird shit.
Do I look like I have anything to do with girls? Anyways, look, I need to find...
No, that's why I assumed you had to pay for it.
Look. 1, fuck you. 2, look. And I literally just like put a fucking like $20 bill in his pocket before he can do anything. Look, I'm looking for a certain item with some unnatural properties. Specifically, what do you know about what do you call the things that go into the other things? The hair road.
Give me a scrutinize.
Sure. And you know I'm fucking spending all my chips on this roll, Alandra. That is an 8. Not a bust, but it's an 8.
I like how you qualify things that are like above a 5 with, but it's not a bust.
Well, no, there was 1-1 that was rolled.
There is a singular 1 that was rolled. No, you say that, and this guy's expression gets real dark, and he goes from like kind of like bromine to like very, very intense and serious, and he's like, "Get that shit away from my bar. You go, you don't come back here."
Look.
Who do you work for?
I work for fucking me, all right?
Yeah, well, maybe you should tell your boss that he needs to mind his fucking mouth. when you're out in the open like this. You don't just come talking about that shit. Do you know where you are?
Yeah, I know exactly where I fucking am. And if you want me out of here, just tell me where to go. Or else I'm coming right the fuck back here.
You can try. I don't give a shit where you go, but I better not see your face here again. We don't deal with any of that shit.
Yeah, maybe you don't, but you know who does.
Look, you want to go talk the crazy? You can go find Drunk Tim, talk to him. He'll talk to you all night about that kind of shit. I don't want to hear it. It is not welcome in my bar. We don't deal with that. I got enough with the marshals and the agency and the Wasatch and everything around here. This is neutral turf. Only thing we do here is drink and gamble and let the girls get up to whatever they're doing.
Is he just is like Drunk Tim, like, is that of note, or is he just being a fucking piece of shit?
Drunk Tim is Drunk Tim in the way that Crazy Mike is Crazy Mike, and Sober Tim is Sober Tim. We have Sober Tim, so we also have Drunk Tim. That's how we tell them apart when we're talking about them.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Sober
dude.
Tim works at the general store. Drunk Tim does not.
Gotcha. And I just like look at him just like square in the face, like all like jokes aside. You better fucking hope I don't show back up here.
I'd like to see what you think you can do. Now, get away from my bar before I shoot out both your kneecaps. Capiche?
I just turn and chuckle. Marco, I fucking hate you. Hopefully I never see you again. And I start walking towards the general store.
Great. Julio, what are you up to? I think everybody stopped by the bank to start with to get their dollars in whatever form.
So, Julio, probably an awful plan. I'm gonna go through with it anyway.
Go for it.
First,
Now's the time.
I'll deposit my my bonds into a bank account.
Yep.
And then I'm going to sneak into the Pinkerton building, or into the agency building.
Nice.
And I would like to find a storage closet, or maybe like a storage room. A room that basically no one goes into ever, and I'd like to break into it. I'll tell you my full plan if you want.
No. I'm thinking about the logistics of trying to sneak into the building. So you've been to the building at least once already, and you know that they've kind of got the standard like office setup of like there's basically like someone at a front desk to take reports and stuff. If you want to sort of like scout out the building and see if there's like windows that you could attempt to like open windows that you could try to climb into, or check out a back door or something like that, we can do that. Let's roll for this a bit. Let me see. Let's take both a scrutinize and I think a sneak, just to see what you can find and also how well you can avoid being noticed kind of snooping around.
Where's sneak?
It is under nimbleness. It is below your cognition somewhere. Okay. All right.
Yeah, okay, so I rolled a 22 for scrutinize and an 8 for sneak.
Excellent. Yeah, it looks like this is toward the end of the day, so there's not really anybody around this building. Also, looks like You're kind of getting the impression that this building might be as much of a front as anything. Like, it probably is not heavily occupied in general. There's definitely windows that go into what kind of looks like maybe offices. There's something that looks like maybe a larger, almost like what we would think of as a conference room type space. There is a back door. You can't quite tell what it specifically leads into, but there's a back door off to the side. And you don't really see a whole lot of people around. Like, now's an opportune time to try to pop into one of these.
Great. So that's exactly what I'd like to do. I'd like to pop in, and I'll draw my plan up for you. What I'd like to do is have an option on one of the routes that we take to start a long fuse and start a distraction by blowing off a wall or a window should the need for the distraction arise.
Got it. So you're basically planting a trap so that if you need it, you've got an option. It's kind of the game plan. Okay. Oh boy. I'm gonna say that you're able to find like an open window that's toward the back that goes into like some relatively unused, room with a table and a bunch of chairs in it. The window's kind of cracked open like for ventilation, and so you're able to like pop in, haul yourself up inside. This looks like a fairly just empty generic meeting room that you could totally plant something
Blow
in
up.
and blow up. Yep.
Okay. That's
Cool.
what I would like to do. So that is like the sole purpose of my plan. In a perfect world, and you tell me like what I need to get this done, I would like for me to be able to like trigger this, not remotely, but like say I drop the fuse along the side of the building, and I can like light the building from the outside, from the main road if I have to, or I'll set like a line that once it's like a line is crossed, it like sparks a flint, and that flint lights the short fuse on the dynamite.
Everybody, like, in a game where rogues don't exist, now trying to play rogues. What would this fucking skill be? Do you have any points in demolition?
Yes.
I've been saving it for this very moment.
Demolition
Yep.
or tinkering?
Give me a demolition roll, and based on how well you roll, I will tell you what
7.
is possible. Shit.
Use a chip.
Okay.
Use a chip.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Can I? Yeah. Let me use a.
I don't know.
which
You
one
rolled
does it-
3 7s. You might have to just keep it.
I mean, it's still a good roll. Like, how about this? I will give you this. With a 7, I will say that you can plant some dynamite, like, in this room, run, like, a long fuse, basically along the outside of the building, up to kind of the edge, I'll say, like, the edge of the porch. Like, a spot where you would be able to, like, quickly kind of drop down, light it, and then keep booking it, if you need to. If you want to spend a chip to make it higher, if you want to spend, I don't know what you've got, so if you have enough chips that stack...
I'll spend a blue chip.
Spend a blue chip?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, how do I stack my chips? Because I can do like.
You can stack white chips on things. I don't think you can stack blue chips.
You can't stack blue or red. But you do get to add. The blue or red is you add. The white is you don't get to add. You just have to take the highest one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to add a blue chip, then I will God, I don't know how this works. Tech is weird. I will say that you are able to rig up some sort of like quick trigger option. It's still going to be like somebody's going to have to trip it either accidentally or intentionally, but you can essentially rig sort of like a a pressure point where you could like run by this building and like kick the detonator and it would spark it or something like that.
Okay, perfect. I will spend the blue chip for this.
Right.
So what do? I've dropped down to 2. Do I just re-roll it, or do I? How do I?
No.
what is-
You just get to add it. I'm just gonna say burn the chip,
Okay.
and
Yeah, so your
Okay.
demolition uses a D12, so roll another D12 and then add it on top.
Let's go Big 12. Let's go Big 12.
And if it's a 12, roll it again.
Yikes!
No, it's
3,
okay.
So it's 10 total.
That's
okay.
fine.
I mean, it's
Roll.
not bad.
I will say that you are able to do it. It's kind of crude. You have to kind of fake it with like the shit you find in your pockets and like maybe a quick run to the general store for something real dumb, but you're able to kind of jerry rig something together.
I don't want to
This-
spend another chip at the expense that this doesn't get used. You know what I mean? So now I'm like, fuck. You know, because what's the cost of the red chip is that you get a chip as well, right?
Correct. If you throw in a red chip, then I get to draw from the pool.
There's only white chips left, dude. It's fine.
After you put the red chip back in.
I was to say, except for the red chip he would spend and the blue chip he just spent.
Shh.
Anyway, for the sake of moving things along, that's perfectly successful. Claude has managed to get a bunch of supplies, both for trying to disguise Prudence and anything else that he wanted to pick up while he's at the general store. And Leon has just barely avoided getting his lights punched out by a very angry bartender.
Just barely.
Cool. Julio, after you set this trap, where are you headed?
Nestor?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Like, oh no, I finally
Sorry.
broke him. No, it's fine. We'll say that after you do it, you've got maybe like 50.
It's 4 o'clock, right? It's like after 4.
Yeah, you've got. Yeah, it's probably around 4 o'clock. I'm gonna say you guys have about 15 minutes. By the time you're done, you have about 15 minutes left before the hour to meet up with Constance, and it's like maybe 4:10, 4:15.
Sorry, say that again. What time do we have to meet up with Constance? 5?
You have to meet up with Constance at 4:30.
Fuck. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna head back to the hotel. I had this like dream of heading to the bars and getting a little bit of gambling in, but maybe trying to meet Hector. But I don't think this is the right play.
Fine.
I
Cool.
just want to get a single, just one game, before I go to
Just
sleep.
one.
I just want to get one game.
That's all I need.
Don't worry. It's only
You don't
a
have a
problem
problem.
if I let it be a problem. No, as you're headed back to the hotel, this like scrawny little kid kind of comes running up to you. He's like, Senor!
Yes.
Your brother asked me to tell you that he wants to meet you behind the post office.
Is that right?
See?
Okay. And I hand him $1.
Oh, his eyes get like super big. He's just like, gracias, senor, gracias, and is like just so excited.
And I will fucking walk to behind the post office.
Excellent. Yeah, you round the corner to the alley behind the post office. This is one of those things where there's like the slightly nicer, larger alleys where you do a lot of loading and there's a lot of like stored stuff out back. And then you've got, your main streets that are facing opposite. So there's a decent amount of space here. But yeah, you walk around to the back, you turn the corner, and leaning against the wall behind the post office is a man who looks awful lot like you. Like, as you get closer, you're like, oh no, we don't really, like, we don't look alike, but I can see why,
Why
I can
people
easily
think that we
see
look
why people keep mistaking you for each other. He's also dressed in a dark suit, vest, jacket. And you see that he is just like flipping a coin, sort of kind of waiting.
I'll just look to him and say, Hector Velasquez.
Ah, Mr. Juarez? I hear I've been causing you a bit of trouble.
Well, you've been causing trouble. I would hope that you have not been causing me, personally, trouble.
Well, certainly not on purpose. A mutual friend said I needed to find you.
The director.
Mr. Lane, yes.
I was just looking for an understanding of what your job has you doing here. More so, I just want to be sure you're not here to kill me. Or
Oh,
the
do
people
I
I'm
have...
accompanying.
I have no reason to kill you. I hope that remains true. It would be the most disappointing kill I would ever have to make.
You'd have to try.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No, I think your involvement with a person who I was told to keep an eye on is mere coincidence.
Well, then why are you keeping an eye on them?
It is what I do. I look for the ones who are not what they seem to be. And if I get the opportunity, I try to ensure that the devils inside do not remain there.
What can you tell me about the Revenant?
The Revenant. He's real. I've seen him.
And is he in Denver?
Not that I know of, but he comes and goes at his own whims. It's not always easy to sense or predict his coming.
Julio is like trying his best not to show that he's uncomfortable.
Fair enough.
Well, are you here to help us? Or do you plan to get in our way?
I have been told to stand down. And provided that no further trouble comes of the Diabla, I shall do so. But my orders are also that if trouble of that nature arises, I am free to continue in my usual line of work. You understand?
You understand that if your usual line of work crosses my client, then I'll proceed with my usual line of work.
You may wish to inform your client that there are far worse people for her to run into than me. I have no intention of killing her. Simply separating her from the thing that troubles her. It's not a pleasant thing to do.
Can I scrutinize? Can I run it like a scrutinize or like a I don't know, maybe even a knowledge check? Is there a part of me that like sees that this guy is either a man in black or a priest of some sort? Whether or not he's like related to Pinkerton or Tenacity or not, like, is there a part of me that understands where, like, what his background is?
You definitely, I'm gonna say that you're almost sure that he was or is a man in black. Who talked to Claude? Were you the only one last week who talked to the Wasatch fellas?
I think I was the only one who didn't.
Or was that Julio who grabbed one of the guys and put him up against the wall?
Yeah, Julio grabbed. I straight up just watched the fight.
That's right, you just watched the fight. So Julio, you would recall that when you roughed up the I believe it was the short, fat one, after you made the tall, skinny one go running, of the two Wasatch boys in the bowler hats. You would recall that when he was blubbering around, not really giving you answers, one thing that he did say about the man he was supposed to be following and about the man who was followed in Chicago was that he worked in the Star Chamber.
Oh, right. But you never told us what the Star Chamber was. Sorry.
I did not. But
You never found out.
But that would be a thing that you would recall that he said about the person they were following, who it's clearly like at this point you have clearly made the connection that they have been sent to spy on Hector Velasquez.
Right. Okay, well, Julio will start to walk away, and then at the last minute he'll go, "What's your involvement with the Star Chamber?" Like trying to bluff him into. Sorry, I'm futzing with a tool in my hand. Trying to like bluff him into being like, "I know about the Star Chamber, so what's your involvement?"
Go ahead and give me a bluff roll, or I'll let you do bluff, I'll let you do persuasion, or I'll let you do overall. Take your pick.
So what choices?
I'm feeling generous. It's the finale. I really don't want to murder all of you, but I might do it anyway.
This is the time we're all divided.
So you don't need to worry about me. You cannot murder Leon. He is invincible.
So
Leon will accidentally commit suicide, though.
Yeah, let's say nobody kills me but me.
I was say Leon will survive a bloodbath and then like trip onto a railroad spike at the last second.
I chose overall, but I was curious about my result. About what my result would be if I had clicked bluff. Anyway, my result was 5.
That's actually a bust.
Is it?
A 5 and 2 1s.
Yeah, that's a bust.
That's a crit fail. Let's get some crits in the chat for that. That's like the first one that's happened in like over a month. It's literally a month.
Keep laughing, Leon. I know people have enough channel points to bust you. They're just waiting for me to make you roll.
Yeah, bitch, I have enough channel points to bust you.
I also have enough points to bust you.
I think I can bust 2 of you. Anyway. He kind of looks at you, and then he just goes, somebody has been running their mouth. Don't worry, I'm sure it wasn't you. You seem more discreet than that, but, people should be careful to talk about things they do not know of.
Very well. Yeah, and Julio walks away. I think that the failure on the fucking
It's killing me too, dude. It's killing
Star
me too.
Chamber thing fucked me up. Yeah, okay, yeah. And Julio leaves.
Cool.
Really wish I hadn't fucking busted that roll.
Cool. It's it's about time for you all to meet back up at the hotel. Claude, I guess circle around you because I would assume that you got stuff and then took it back to the hotel and handed it off to Belle and Prudence. Did you want to do anything else after dropping that off?
I'm going to stand outside the hotel, mostly keep an eye out, as well as just see if I can spot Bonnie riding.
Yes, you do spot Bonnie because she appears at the far end of the street and heads your, clocks you and heads your way. Like, hey, I heard you were looking for me?
I am. Actually have a business proposition for you. I liked the last time we worked together and thought we might be able to do something similar.
Right? What sort of proposition? Because, we're riding out a team tonight, so...
Need an escort back east. We're going to be going through Chicago. It's $100 up front. It's $10 a night. $100 when you get there.
That is certainly a generous offer from a near total stranger.
No, this one's coming from me. I'll get reimbursed for it, but this is under the table between me and you. You'll get paid out as long as I'm alive.
Yeah, sure thing. what's the catch? Because
Catches has got to be someone I trust, because apparently I'm the only one who knows anyone who's trustworthy. 2, not a whole lot of questions. Basically, we got a girl who's been getting abused by her daddy, who needs to get out of town fast. And with that, it just comes a couple of other hiccups. One of those hiccups is you remember our raid on that Wasatch camp that got a little too close, where we stampeded those cows right over them?
I do.
Well, we need that type of level of distraction through town, ideally before sunset.
All right.
From there, catch up with me. I'll be pulling the cart, and we're heading back east.
You just looking for like a general kind of distraction? You specifically looking to draw somebody's attention?
Bigger, the better. Drive it through one end of town and try and get it out of any exit you can. If you can drive a small pack through the train yard, that'd be appreciated. If you could make sure to just hit the main strip, and God, if you can circle up a bunch in this town square, I think that would also help out. But that's being wishful. I honestly, the more heads of animals you got, I think just the better. We're going for general chaos.
Well, mail train just came through a few nights back. A lot of steer just got unloaded. They're mighty antsy, and you know how unpredictable steer can be.
Oh, they're renowned for their antsiness.
Indeed. Any particular exit or direction I should make sure is not blocked?
I guess we do need to get out of here. I'm going to bring the cart around pretty much to this hotel. How much time do you need?
Oh, maybe hour and a half, 2 hours tops.
Let's call it 2 hours. We take off with it. Puts us at 6:30.
Thereabouts. Should be able to do that.
Yeah, 6:30. Make it ride, and tell you what, have the herd chase us out of town if you can. That way, if anyone does see us, they ain't gonna follow us.
All right. I think I can. I'll do my best. Again, cattle are unpredictable, so
That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
no full promises. But I think I can. I think I can grease a few palms and make something happen without anybody getting much the wiser. Boys I'm working with right now, mostly young fellas, good fellas, and I think if I don't know. I think if I grease a couple palms and wink to them about some nastiness that the Confederates is brewing up, can probably get them on board.
Hey, if it helps any, you'd be sticking it to some Confederates.
Well, I do like to hear that.
Do you need some extra grease and money? I got an extra 25 to spare.
Nah, I think with what I got saved up, if you've got you're good on the rest of that offer, I'll be more than recoup.
Yeah, and just hand her $100 wrapped around a cigar.
Yeah, she kind of chuckles and just puts the whole thing in like an inside pocket of her jacket and is just like, I do not know what you've been up to since you left the rails, but I expect some very good stories once we get back to Alice's.
BLT,
Absolutely happen.
thank you for the 75 bits, my friend.
Bonnie, it's a pleasure to be working with you, and I will happily share those stories with you once the gag order's released. But the lack of trains has not slowed me down.
Clearly not.
See you tonight.
In some form or another, I'm sure. Ride fast.
Ride swift. Yeah, take my leave.
Yep, and she will head on out. It's gonna be such a weird night in Denver.
Not the weirdest night in Denver.
Nope, not the weirdest, which is kind of a terrible thing to say, but okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. All right, y'all head back, or you all meet up, I assume, back at the hotel. Leon, are you...
Was it basically
Trying to do anything
just...
else?
I mean, was it just assumed that my errand was a bust?
I mean, did you want to try to go somewhere specific to find drunk Tim? Was that actually a plan?
Oh, Leon was fully intending on creating drunk Tim out of sober Tim.
Oh, they are two different people.
Ah, gotcha. Oh,
Like,
then-
there's two Tims. One is sober Tim, the teetotaler who's no fun at parties. One is drunk Tim.
if Leon couldn't get any like useful thing out of Marco, there's no reason for him to pursue that.
Gotcha. Okay. Then y'all meet up back at the hotel. The door to Constance's room is obviously closed. You do notice that nobody else seems to be around in this hotel. Like, you don't even see anybody at the front desk anymore. Like, this place just seems pretty dead at this point.
Oh, that's actually quite good to hear. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just give a knock on Prudence's door, or Constance's door, I guess.
Takes a couple seconds, but then Belle kind of cracks the door open, peeks out, and then she opens the door and is like, "Hey, come on in, if you want."
I would. I'll go ahead and close the door. How's the dye job coming together?
It's I've done better work in general, but it'll serve from a distance and all.
Yeah, that's what we're going for. And I'll go ahead and peek out the window. Is there any sort of like ledge or like awning outside of our window for this particular room? If not, I'll go across the hall.
I don't think there really is. There's probably like a little bit of a lip, but there's not really like a full-blown ledge. There's no like
Got it. Okay.
balconies or anything like that.
Do any of our rooms face the main street that like we would get on our cart, or is there also a back alley to this hotel that we might be able to load up our cart?
There is a back alley, which definitely has enough room that you could pull a cart up to. Your windows just face the buildings on either side. The front of the hotel faces the main street. So like you come up the stairs, and the hallway is the makes the T to the street, and then all the rooms are on the sides.
And I forget, did Prudence get the corner room, or did Constance actually buy the corner room? Because I know she only had me on one of her sides. I wasn't sure if it was an empty room or if it was the actual like corner of the building.
You know, I hadn't thought that entirely through, but I guess she probably would have tried to get the corner room to have as few sides here as possible. So yeah, so she would have the back corner.
Okay. If there's no ledge outside, I'm gonna take my pickaxe and just golf swing it like right into the corner, and just bust out like about a 3-4 inch hole out the back.
Yep. Belle just looks at you as just like, Jesus, Claude, what are you doing?
Contingency? I'm not going to wire it up before we get out of here and get clear of it, but without like an awning, well, I can tell you might have to take the shot. I'm going to put my plunger here, and I'm going to tie up dynamite over to our 4 rooms, so when we leave, we got a bit of a cover.
Just blowing up all of Denver. Okay.
Just the top half of a hotel, and probably the buildings next to it if I do this right.
Jesus Christ. She just kind of looks at you and just like, all right, it's not the dumbest plan I've ever heard. I guess I can't really talk. I did blow up my own train, so...
You did good about that, too. Minimal damage, maximum insurance payout. Honestly, you deserve a promotion.
Honestly, I'd take retirement at this point. I'm kind of done after all these shenanigans. Could use a break.
You like boats?
Never been on one.
All right. And yeah, I'll go ahead and just start wedging the like plunger box into the corner to like fill up the hole that I just made, and make sure like the nice colorful side is also sticking out, so it'll be easier to see. Figure a well placed shot on there will cause the spark, and last thing I do is I'll wire up the dynamite that I have to the plunger box, or most of the dynamite I have, but we'll definitely keep them separated while we're still getting ready. And just so you two know, we have another distraction coming up at about 6:30, so we should be able to get out of here before sunset.
Wow, you got a lot done in an hour.
I'm
Impressed.
I've done work here. I've got some co-conspirators of the past, and I don't know. You put in the work, you can call in favors later.
Fair enough. Yeah, as long as they're all discreet and don't feel like asking questions, I think we're in good shape.
They're smart enough not to ask questions, and yeah,
It's a good call. I'm gonna go check on Fruity and make sure she's okay. I still feel weird calling her that, but that's what she asked for, so I guess we're gonna pretend like we're friends or something.
That sounds great. Also, maybe see if she wants a code name. I think maybe not using her actual name or typical abbreviation might behoove us.
It's a fair call. Just knock on. We sort of took over your room, but it doesn't sound like we'll be staying. So just knock on the connecting door. If you need either of us.
But we got 2 hours. I think I can take care of this. If you could have her change into those clothes I picked up at the general store.
Oh yeah, we figured out what was gonna. Don't worry, I got you.
Great. Yeah, I figured a dye job on her old outfit will just help a bit too.
Yeah, she had some other stuff in her satchel, so we're gonna sort something out.
I can barely dress myself. I'm not gonna tell someone else how to do it.
Look, honestly, I'm more worried about whatever shit Constance decides to pull on the way out of town.
Heard back from her?
Not yet, but I wasn't expecting to.
No gunshots or nothing?
I mean, yeah, nobody's running down the road screaming about more dead bodies, so I assume we're okay for the time being.
Right, I'll
I
be
would also hope
downstairs if you
she's
need me.
Smart enough not to do it in the daylight, but you never know.
She's good enough to do it in the daylight.
Fair enough. She kind of looks around and she's like, well, this is done. Yeah, I read her file. If you, ever want to know. She just kind of gives you a look and then heads to the other room.
Yeah, and just head downstairs again.
Cool. Yeah, you guys will all meet in the front of the building, and I have to go deal with a screaming cat for 2 seconds. So vamp for 60 seconds and share information. I will be right back before he, like, yeets himself off of the stairs or something.
Go save the cat! I love the idea now that Alandra has a cat that's, like, afraid of the stairs and needs to be carried down.
I also like the visual of the cat picking itself up with its front feet and then yeeting itself down the stairs.
I feel like I've seen cats do that, where they like jump into the air and like grab their own tails.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks like they end up throwing themselves.
But
anyway, boys,
they laid it perfect every time.
We're 10. Have a productive outings.
I think that I probably just tell you both about the fact that Pinkerton blackmailed me into taking this mission. Like, that's where I'll start.
That's
Wait,
it's not right.
So, on a scale of like 1 to like the worst hatred you could possibly feel down to your bone, how much do you hate Pinkerton?
3. Because I don't want to satisfy whatever sick need you have in your mind right now.
Out of 3?
I think you referenced every bone in your body, which is in the upwards of 160, 163, I think.
Okay, look, no, but what I will say though is everything that I do is to figure out what the fuck the agency is and who the fuck runs it, so I can slit their
Pinkerton.
fucking throat.
The person who runs the Western Division is the man you just met about an hour ago. Why do you have such an axe to grind? Has anything to do with those
And
squares?
Leon looks down. Yeah. You say that you don't like wet work, right? You despise, maybe not despise it, but it makes your skin crawl.
I'm not an assassin.
Yeah. You know who is a bunch of fucking assassins? The fucking agency.
Yeah, but it's one of those things of if you're killing something that shouldn't be alive, are you really killing anything at all?
Women, children, families, fathers. If you've never heard of the Lisbon Massacre, look that shit up.
Can't say that I have.
Union Army contracted the agency to set up a massacre and pinned it on the Confederacy. Happened on my fucking watch.
That is not right.
Yeah, you're right. And Andrew Lane, he knows who made that call. And if it was him, I'm gonna fucking kill him.
How long ago was it?
About 3 years ago. Just got out of basic training. It's about a year and a half in. Ready to go do some fucking right in the world, and well, then you get this message. You decipher it. And you go check out what happens, and fucking bloodbath.
Well, I think your answers might be back east. 3 years ago, I mean, if it was the Army reports to one person. That'd be Grant. There might be some. Go ahead.
I just have this weird fascination of, I need to know, when you get the order, what makes you follow through with something like that. I didn't. So I just need to know why he did it. Why did Lane take the order and then follow through?
Maybe there's details missing. Hell, maybe he's just a bloodthirsty psychopath and we just don't know it yet.
Yeah, and that's the real fucking mystery. I have to fucking know.
Which mystery are we talking about now? Bell kind of pops out to wherever y'all are.
The mystery of why your boyfriend keeps hitting me when I laugh.
Maybe you shouldn't laugh at things that aren't funny.
Humor is in the eye of the beholder.
Beauty is how that one goes.
Julio looks at Claude and goes, "Boyfriend,
Oh, while I was out, I sent another letter to my sister, by the way.
She's well, I hope."
Haven't heard back. Anyway,
Stone cold.
other piece of information for the two of you. We're getting to wheels rolling in about 2 hours. At least that's when my distraction's going off.
I'm sorry to interrupt, and maybe we should talk about this in private, Claude, but how much cleanup is this distraction going to require?
I hadn't thought about that, considering we won't be here.
Right, I just needed to... If I need to leave a message with the bosses about anything that they need to know or not know, or... I just wanted to have a heads up. I'm pretty low on the totem pole, so it's not going to really mean much of anything. I'm just trying to cover our bases.
Got it. Do you want to tell them to just kind of...
I mean, is this going to look like an accident? I guess that's really the question.
Oh, no, it
There's
is
gonna
an
be
accident.
it's just going to be an accident?
no.
Right, in that case, doesn't matter. They'll figure it out.
It's going to be another Wednesday in Denver.
Standard. All right, then. Poppy is ready to go.
Poppy, eh? All right.
Look, we were...
I like it. It's got some alliteration to it.
We're... Neither of us is as much into the whole subterfuge side of things as our illustrious leader seems to be. Yeah, she's kid seems like a trooper. I don't know the full story, but from what she said, sounds like I don't know, just sounds like stuff got bad, and then her daddy started piecing together that maybe Constance had something to do with what happened to his brother, and then everything just kind of went downhill from there.
Yeah, that's about the gist of what we know. But I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk while we're traveling.
There's something else that I have a suspicion on that I think you boys should know about. I think she can do things.
Like with her Bible?
Yes. In fact, I think she, there are certain people in the world that, their faith is strong enough that it really allows them to access powers that you might call them of a sort of biblical nature. Kinds of things that most average people can't do. But, their belief is enough to give them... I don't really know what I'm saying. She did some weird stuff upstairs, and I think maybe she's got the true power of the Lord in her, or something of that nature.
Huh. That I think that tracks. Yeah, let's maybe get inside.
Yeah,
yeah, and like once we get inside, or at least like upstairs in the hallway, because it doesn't seem like anyone else is here, I'll go ahead and like
You've
lift
not
up.
seen trace of anyone. Yeah.
I will go ahead and lift up like my shirt and be like, what does this one look like
Oh my!
to you?
What? You said you got bit by a coyote.
Oh, I thought you saw the wink with it. No, it was more like a... What'd you fellas call it? A ghoul? A zombie?
You got...
Like a wrinkled up corpse that was moving around that was not flesh. Yeah, one of those. This happened
What?
about... Well, okay, so here's the thing. This happened about 30 hours ago. And I swear I could have poked at my liver, but between a little bit of medicine and a little miracle from a blood relation of that one, I heard their mom was quite the religious type. So if it runs in the family, and if I doubt Mr. Lane could do any of these, type of tricks.
That's not really.
I think it
his,
tracks.
From what I've heard of him,
Yeah.
that's not really his particular mode. But
Yeah, there's a reason I don't feel comfortable just abandoning Constance. I mean, she's a damn good shot, and I wouldn't be here at all without the use of her pistol, but I wouldn't be here standing if it weren't for her other gifts.
that's fair. I just do want to remind you that you wouldn't have needed those gifts if you'd stayed out of this in the first place, and she hadn't stirred all this up. There's a lot of ways she could have done what she's trying to do, and I feel like a lot of them would have been a lot safer than this.
Safety's one thing. I mean, without her, I'd be stacking boxes in Indiana. Correction,
Look.
I'd still be stacking boxes in Indiana.
She's up to something. You all know that, right? There's something else going on here that she's still not telling us.
Oh yeah. But every person's got their demons, metaphorical or otherwise, and we're all entitled to a little bit of a secret. We might think that she's overreacting or acting strange, but I have a feeling she's just responding to her past.
Yeah, she's got a
It's
lot
a-
of past to deal with, so
Also-
that's fair enough.
We haven't heard anything? I mean, we're what, 5-10 past when we said we'd meet up?
At least, and I guess this is where we decide how long do we wait before we just go.
No, we should go at 6:30 because
Right.
I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to go after. Well, I got to bring the carriage round at some point, so I'm happy to do a walkabout.
Yeah, I could maybe go nose around a couple of places, see if anybody spotted her. She's not exactly rolling subtle right now, which is also why I think she's up to something. You don't just... she obviously can be stealthy. That's how she survived as long as she did. So I don't know why you then operate in a mode to draw all the attention to yourself, unless you're hoping something finds you.
I mean, she mentioned someone was looking for her.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not exactly what she is, but they've got maybe some common backstory.
Oh, does she know that?
I think she must. Yeah, it turns out somebody strangled Maggie, the host girl, back in Topeka. Strangled her unconscious, then drowned her, and somebody else tried to revive her
Yeah,
after the fact.
yeah. Constance tried to revive her.
That's what I was hoping, because otherwise it meant it was that whole mess was the other way around.
She has a long history of violence, and I think along that, women and children are off that list. So,
It would have been really great if she had just told us that she didn't try and kill Maggie. Is anyone else with me on this?
I'm sorry. Did you assume she killed someone and then you continued to work with her?
Look, I need her. And I just told you why.
I understand that, but
What is it exactly that you need from her other than her money? Because that's all I can see that she would have to offer you.
Oh yeah, no, that's you're totally right. All I need is her money, and that's the only reason why I'm sticking around. Totally, 100%.
Gonna have Belle roll a scrutinize. For
I'll say
that one.
I will bluff her. Like,
Sure, roll me a bluff.
would love to. That's a 9.
Well, unfortunately, Belle got an 11.
Fuck you, red chip. Okay. Okay, that's a
Okay.
So that is a 16 now.
You know, she could just spend this chip immediately on this roll, right?
That's fine.
No, I'm gonna spend a fucking blue chip on it. So
Look. Okay. So that's an 11 versus a 16. So she probably has a D12. That's fine.
She does.
I got this. Roll it.
great. She rolled a
She-
10.
So it's a
Fuck.
21.
You didn't even roll.
Yes, I did.
I'm joking.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Chat, for the record, for certain NPCs, I don't have character sheets built in Roll20, so I'm rolling physical dice like an asshole. I have to start like doing the live stream camera pointed at my desk to prove I'm not cheating.
No, we don't need no 2-camera
No.
setups.
You're good.
Sounds
You're
like
good.
terrible.
I am joking.
Oh no, I know you're getting whatever advantage you can. It's the last chance you got. Yeah,
Yep.
no, you say that. God, I'm doing it again because all my characters have too similar of names. Belle, just kind of like looks at you up and down, looks at Claude, looks at Julio if he's still nearby, and it's just like, you know, for a guy who really wants answers, you're a terrible liar. You know that, right?
Yeah. No. You saw right through me.
Yeah, you want to, ask any questions? I do work for the people you seem to hate, so might have answers for you.
I'm probably going to regret this, but Leon, she has a complete file on Constance.
Leon does like the anime like turn. One eyebrow raises up.
I mean, I don't have it, but I've read it.
So, what I'm really looking for is,
I'm going to keep watch for Constance. She has a knack of showing up during conversations like this. I'll be downstairs.
Excellent.
actually, that's really true, Claude.
She's very good at showing up whenever you start talking about her.
Yep, I will be downstairs.
Julio, where would you like to be? Would you like to listen in on this conversation? Great. You can go hang out with Prudence in the room, or you can just go lurk wherever you want.
We're at the hotel, right?
Yes. I
Does the
believe-
hotel have a bar?
No one is currently there. Like, you have not seen another human being. There is like there's another hotel across the street that definitely does have a bar in the front lobby that you could just like pop across to.
I'll go there.
Yep. Great. You're gonna go drink. Claude's gonna watch for Constance. All right, Leon. It's just you and Belle.
Look, like one, and obviously I'm an awful liar, but look, the agency did something really fucking bad to me, and if you know anything, or if there's anything in that file about the Lisbon massacre, I would really appreciate it if you could tell me.
Lisbon?
Yeah.
That... Oh boy. Alright, well, what exactly was your involvement with Lisbon?
Message translation, message delivery, communications. I don't really think I was supposed to be involved, but something came across my desk, and I managed to figure out what it said.
Yeah, and what do you think it said exactly?
That the agency was setting up a massacre, innocent fucking lives, pinning it on the South.
You were 75% of the way there. Yes. There was a slaughter there. And, The agency did help set it up to pin it on the Confederacy and pass it off as a horrific act of violence against a non-combatant town. But they weren't innocent. They were, you ever, heard of people who go so crazy that they start eating other people?
I may have heard one or two whispers over in Topeka of such acts.
Yeah, so, happens a lot up in the Pacific Northwest. There are these creatures that show up, especially in the long, hard winters. It's believed that they are created when people are driven to acts of violent cannibalism against one another, particularly if it's, friends and relations. Doesn't get this far east that often, but, that year was bad, and it made its way to Lisbon. We couldn't just say, oh, we had to go kill a bunch of kids because they were literally, sharp-toothed monsters that were living off the flesh of their dead parents. Because really, who's going to believe that, right? But, a bunch of soldiers invading a town and setting it on fire, that's a good enough cover for anything in these times we live in.
You have proof? Look,
Not on me.
I've spent the last 5 years of my life trying to track down the killers of all those innocent people. And if you're telling me that they were prey to some, we'll call it a disease, was preying on them, why them?
Why did Constance come back from the dead and my parents didn't? Why was Claude able to withstand whatever the fuck he got bit by without dying? Why does any of this happen? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Yeah, well, sometimes I wish there fucking wasn't.
Oh. Me too. Trust me, I'd really appreciate getting back to the good old days when the most I had to worry about was, spies sneaking up on me in the middle of the night. And she sort of, points to her cheek.
So, Grant, did he even fucking know?
I'm sure he got a brief sooner or later, but, shit like that, as far as I know, it's the directors who take care of it. They make the calls, they send him the reports later. And, you can't just send something like that over the wire. Oh, cannibal children are murdering their parents in Ohio, what should we do? You gotta code it up a little.
Say, Leon literally, the wind is, 100% out of him. And, I can roll, a scrutinize if, to, see if she's shitting me. But you can just, tell me if she's not.
I mean, yeah, go ahead and roll. This has been a core part of his personality and drive. Let's see how he feels.
That's an 8.
She's giving you a little sass with it, but she does not seem to be trying to sell you a story. She seems to be trying to actually provide you information. From the best you can tell, she is probably telling you the truth, or as much of the truth as she knows.
And, fuck. Well, okay.
I mean, look, I'm not saying it was good things that were done up there, but, hey. You've always got your convictions. It's important in times like these, right?
Sure.
Gotta know when to trust your gut.
I look at her even if she wasn't taking, even if that was only a playful stab, it fucking hurts. And I'd like just like look up at her with just like pure hatred.
You see that she was maybe starting to soften, but then she kind of sees the look in your eyes and she just kind of nods. It's like, yeah, I get it. Trust me. 3 older brothers. Gunned down for no reason. War as hell.
And Leon just kind of like straightens up. Well, guess I gotta go find the next mystery, huh?
Oh, if it doesn't find you first, which seems to be a theme around here these days.
Yeah. Yeah. I walked down straight to the bar.
Just across the street.
Yep.
Yep, Julio's sitting there, having a drink. It's been about 30 minutes since y'all were supposed to meet up. So it's about 5 p.m. No sign yet.
Julio turns to Leon and just says, "So, did you find what you were looking for?"
Leon is just like sits down, like sighs, looks really dejected. No, I didn't.
And what did you learn instead?
That I should have taken the fucking money for the contract instead of doing it for fucking free.
That's when Julio goes, he kind of like scoffs, kind of laughs, and he goes, "Revenge is a bitch."
No.
Even when it's not your revenge.
Yes. I don't even think there was even any revenge happening. The whole thing was just a fucking misunderstanding.
Well, what was your misunderstanding?
That I'm just not good at my fucking job.
Julio takes a big, long drink. Like, and sits there and holds his drink and kind of thinks about what to say next. Sets the drink down. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't be all. I'll get over it as soon as. Hey, did you talk to Hector?
I met him.
And like Leon is like really like wants to get off topic right now.
You need this.
Well, there's no telling whether or not he'll be a problem, but at least we'll know what to look for.
And that is
A man who looks like me.
so him.
With my history and the agency, it seems to me that he is the hunter type. The difference is the agency has made him patient. And so long as we do not create a problem, then he will continue to observe and wait patiently. But I don't think that that will be the cards we are dealt, as we are particularly good at making problems.
That's true. Hey,
He takes another really big, long drink and puts his cup down.
you think we should go look for Constance? She hasn't come back yet. We're about to leave, but I really could use a fucking problem right now.
And Julio is just like very obviously disappointed. Like, you don't get it, man. I don't want a fucking problem, but fine, okay. He goes,
I need this.
Right. Yeah, right. He goes, right. Where's Claude?
He was I think he was getting the horses, right? We go find him.
Let's find him first.
All right. You were getting the horses, right, Claude?
I don't think he was.
I was just straight up downstairs outside of the hotel, so you
then-
probably just
yeah.
blazed past me to cross the street and didn't even
and
see me like leaning
I
up against.
definitely
Yeah.
red, like seeing red tunnel vision at that point.
Yeah, Claude, unless you've gone in the meantime, probably by this point, Belle has come downstairs and is also like hanging with you, like maybe in the lobby or on the porch of the hotel, and you guys are just kind of like scanning the streets, having a smoke, doing whatever.
Yeah. You want to do the rounds or should I?
I mean, I know Denver's a little bigger of a town than some that we've been through, but this is... I still feel like there's only so many places where she could have gone, unless something happened.
Yeah, that's the part I'm worried about. We did a walk of the train yard. That might be a good place to start. It was real empty, so maybe if she was trying to lure someone out for a one-on-one, that might have been a secure place. No one was really out there except the engineer, and we became fast friends, so she could have probably scooted him away. Other than that, I mean, I don't know how much experience she has in Denver, but not too many places you can go for a secluded confrontation.
Can't imagine she's been out this way before unless she had damn good reason for it. She was, she's a Southern girl, and that's where they sent her. That's her high ground.
You think she's just securing meat for the haul?
I never thought I'd say this, but I kind of hope so.
Yeah, maybe check with the butcher.
Maybe we should bother? Maybe we should just get the horses, get the cart, get everybody loaded up, and if she doesn't show, we go without her.
I mean, she made it clear her sister's the priority.
Yeah.
Don't feel right leaving without her, but that's exactly what she'd want us to do.
I just don't know what she's up to, and I don't know if she knows what she's up to.
Pretty sure we all don't like it.
And I gotta be honest, I don't have any loyalty to that one. I get what she
Fair
did
enough.
for the efforts, like, appreciate it, but there's a reason why I didn't go into that kind of work. And there's a reason she did. We'll just leave it at that.
Hey, sometimes you're just good at something. I was good at blowing stuff up.
Well, mostly.
No, I do it quite well, actually. I have plenty of evidence.
I mean, it's probably a lot easier than a resume, right?
Yeah. No, I actually wanted to go to school to be a chemist, and this was the next closest thing I could do.
Yeah, you know. I just wanted to run the ranch with my parents, but that all fell through. So, at least I got to travel.
Traveling's good.
Yeah. It was a nice time. Whew.
Look, if you want to stretch your legs, do the rounds, I'll stay here with Poppy, and if the boys come back, I'll tell them to do a round.
You might be onto something about the station, so I might go at least put up a flag. I got friends there, from my trips through, and if I see anybody else from the agency, I'll see if anybody's got any trouble, since we have some explicit instructions at the moment.
And if you see someone not of the agency, just don't engage.
Oh, yeah, no, not planning to pick any fights. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, I'll stay down on the porch for a little bit longer in case I see these two come out the bar.
We indeedly do.
Yep, y'all are able to reconnect.
Belle's out doing a loop, seeing if she and her contacts might have tracked where Constance got off to, but she's not really known for being late.
Do we think she's been taken?
I doubt anyone would take her anywhere. If anything, she's just left behind somewhere.
Where would she be most likely to go? Fuck.
I
You
threw
think
up
she's
train
having a
yard.
standoff without us?
I mean, she implied that it wasn't our fight. If you wanted a secluded place, I'd go back to that train yard where we investigated those carts. I mean, hell, there wasn't anyone around for hundreds of yards. I mean, if she needs meat, butcher. She said she had to get our papers off to somewhere. So, I mean, if there's a courthouse nearby, could be anything. I'm gonna stay here with Poppy, though. That's the new priority.
How much longer we got?
A little under 90 minutes.
What do you think, Julio?
I'll head to the butcher. Actually, I like that idea. I like the idea that she's out hunting for her food without trying to bring too much attention to herself.
All right, I'll take the train yard.
You might run into Belle there, so.
That's fine.
Alandra, presumably the butcher has like a stable or something. Or is he getting...
The butcher here would be a little bit further toward the outskirts, still accessible off the main drag, but he would have he'd be a little further down toward the end of the road because he would have like a slaughterhouse that's much further away from
Keeps the smell away from the town.
Yeah. Out a ways more towards where the cattle are kept when they've got cattle and things like that. So there's like the main shop in town, and then there's the further out storehouse and slaughterhouse that they can bring stuff in from.
Yeah, I'll start by going there.
Cool. You're heading there. Leon's headed to the train, and Claude, you are sticking around with Poppy.
Yeah, once they disperse, I'll go ahead and go upstairs and give a knock on, I guess, my room, see if she's in there. And if no answer from there, I'll knock on the Constance room.
Yeah, you just kind of hear a general, like, come in from the room.
After I knock, I will also announce myself, saying, like, it's Claude.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Fox, come in.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and come in. Like, it's okay if you want to call me Claude. That's just fine, Poppy.
Right. Yeah. Belle mentioned that. I just wasn't sure how formal or informal we were being at this point.
Poppy's great. It suits you, especially with the new color. I'm liking it.
Yeah. Well, at least it's a little more subtle than what Connie did, huh? You can see at this point she was a very pale blonde, very fair blonde. It's now definitely been dulled down with some sort of like coffee soot mixture. Again, if you get real close, you can tell that it's like there's stuff in there.
Treatment, yeah.
But from a distance, like it's dark. And she's now in like essentially like a flannel work shirt and some trousers. So she's honestly dressed a lot more like Belle usually is, with her hair sort of tucked up and whatever. Definitely does not look like the very well dressed young woman who you guys picked up off the train. So
Good. No, I just wanted to check in. We're out getting things ready. I think we're getting out of here at about 6:30. Correction, at exactly 6:30.
Well, I really appreciate everything y'all have been doing for Connie, and I guess doing for me.
How are you doing with all this?
Oh, it's a mighty strange time for sure. Things got real bad real fast, and didn't have a whole lot of options. So
That's actually something I want to talk to you about. Are you okay with the general gist of the direction of things are going? It dawned on me while I was actually at the general store that it seems like everyone's been making decisions for you. And I don't know how long that's been a trend in your life.
oh, that's pretty much the standard. I'm kind of excited for that to maybe change a little bit, but for the time being, I'd kind of just like to get out of here.
Fair enough. We can talk over the plan, at least an idea of what I had. You ever been to Chicago?
No, never been out of Charleston before now.
Oh, it's a real interesting town. There's a real nice lady I'd like you to meet. I don't know if that's going to be quite the end game. I'm from Indiana. Charming place out there too, but I think the real part is get you as far away from here, and then just try to get you somewhere no one's going to guess.
Yeah, that seems to be the game. Connie seems to be convinced that as long as you all and Miss Bell can get me gone without anybody noticing, that's going to be the end of it, and wherever, as long as I don't go back down to South Carolina, that it's not ever going to be a problem again. I'm not sure how she knows that, but she's always been real good at knowing things, a lot better than me. So
I think she has faith.
Oh, I hope so. Mama used to always say that that Connie's problem was that she wasn't a true believer, but I don't think that's true. I don't think. I mean, she's got to believe in something, right?
I've seen it. She definitely believes. I think she believes in herself.
Oh well, that's for sure.
She's an interesting one. Can't say I know her too well, but I like her enough to want to see her again. So,
well, that makes two of us, I guess. She's not an easy person to like. So,
yeah, I still don't know if I like her.
Oh yeah, that's entirely reasonable.
Yeah. You're much easier to talk to, though.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not as smart or as attractive. That's maybe not quite the word. And she sort of just like kind of like does like a little chest bump, and it's just like shrugs.
I think I know what you're getting at.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything you need before we vacate? I didn't ask. Did you get to eat on the train? Do you need like supper or anything before we hit the trail?
No, I'm all right. Connie said she was bringing something back. She said something real strange before she left about seeing a man about a horse, which normally is sort of a different kind of code, so I don't think she means what she usually means. And also I assumed that y'all already had the horses, but
I think I know exactly what she means. Mainly because I know she hates horses.
Yeah, she's never gotten along well with most animals, to be perfectly fair.
Right. Well, I'm gonna pace nervously downstairs. Holler if you need anything.
All right. You can pace nervously up here too. I don't mind, but I'm just gonna sit tight. That's what everybody seems to expect me to do, and I'm very good at fulfilling expectations. Except for the part where I ran away from home and everything's now collapsing down upon me.
Do you want to play cards?
You'll have to teach me. Mama said cards were one of the devil's tools, so I never learned.
Cards are a tool of man. So, depending on who you're talking to. I got most of a deck, so I'll teach you what I can.
Great.
And I think I'll just stay in the room and play cards with her and have her do something other than read her Bible.
It's probably a good call. Expose this poor child to literally anything else in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can totally do that. God, y'all keep splitting up and I have to keep keeping track of where you are. Julio, you head to the butcher.
The butcher.
Yep.
Yep.
Butcher of Denver.
But I'm not going to walk directly into the butcher first. I'm going to actually kind of walk around his like slaughterhouse and see if I can spot like any tracks.
So that's gonna be
Vine.
like a whole nother mile out of town.
Oh shit!
Probably. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
like
I thought
two
it was
totally
like...
different locations.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, you
Oh,
can
fuck.
definitely still get there. Like,
Well, then that's where I want to go because I think that like if I was trekking down Constance, I would not be like going to the butcher and thinking she's buying meat. I would think that she's like been taken over and she's killing that thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can head out there. It's basically you kind of like get past you get past the main area of town. You can cut through some of the like back streets of some of the more residentially areas that are then kind of surrounding and pocketed around the main downtown area, and up kind of at the north end of town. As you head out, there's just a bunch of kind of fenced-in land where they keep cattle and such, and the slaughterhouse would be out there. It's fairly easy, like, once you get a general direction of where to go, super easy to find, because as you ride toward it, you just pick up that fun smell of blood and death.
Scent.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. And can I take like a scrutinize like once I get there to just like take a look around the building and see if I see anything that might suggest that
Yeah, go for it.
Constance is there? Got an 8.
Got an 8. There's...
Is that an 8?
It's a
Or
bust.
or
It's
is it
3
something
ones.
else?
The bust 3 ones and an 8.
You see a lot of footprints. You see some
Sorry,
wagon
Nestor.
tracks.
Fuck you, honestly.
I'm just so
fucking talk to me.
trained. I'm just
Don't
so
fucking
trained at
talk to
looking
me.
at
Don't
every
talk to me.
roll.
Nope, I'm not interested in hearing your voice right now. Go on, Alandra.
You see a lot of footprints. You see a lot of like cart tracks, wagon tracks. Hard to distinguish anything in particular to say like, oh, this is definitely a man, a woman. Nothing's really jumping out at you to indicate how old these tracks are, you know, when the last person was here, etc., etc.
Okay. Man, I was kind of hoping that I'd won that roll. Okay,
Sorry,
I'm gonna.
looking up stats.
I'll push back to the actual butcher then and see if to talk to him and see if Constance has been through there.
Totally. Yeah, you walk in, big, beefy, short but beefy dude, working there, and he kind of like scratches his head for a minute and is just like, I mean, we have a bunch of people around, picking up stuff. You looking for anybody in particular?
Yes. I can't remember what Constance looks like, but I described Constance to him with great detail.
Yep. The primary trait is
hair.
that she's incredibly attractive and has bright red hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes. Interesting. It's a out of place note in my notes. He thinks for a second. He's like, can't say that I've seen anyone meeting that description today, and I feel like I'd remember that.
You would. Of that, there's no doubt.
Certainly. I can certainly keep an ear to the ground for you if anybody comes back through. This an urgent sort of thing. We don't. Sorry, folks dressed as nice as you don't normally wind up in my shop. They usually send someone to do their errands for them. So
I wouldn't say it's urgent. She is just expected to be somewhere.
Sure thing. Well, if I see anyone meeting that description, I will let her know that a friend came looking for her. How's that?
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, well, I'm giving up on the butcher thing because it feels like after a fail and then like a really weak, lackluster conversation with the butcher, there's not really going anywhere. I instead will now make my way over to the agency building.
Great. Let's dip over really quick. I'm trying to just rotate through everybody. Leon, you're headed to the train station. Are you going anywhere specific?
I would think it was really the train yard, where Belle was going.
Yep.
Yeah, the basically the old place where we went to saw the train, where it would be a really nice spot for a final standoff.
To
big long corridor, engines on either side, plenty of stepping room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would in fact be a pretty good place to do it. Cool. So you'll recall that the repair yard is essentially there's the depot. You get to the depot and then you go all the way down to the end, and then you shoot off up to the side, and there's just this big old junk pile where they run the dead end tracks. So as you roll through the main depot, go ahead and give me a cognition roll.
Gladly. That is a bust.
Oh, really?
Yep, it's a really good roll if you don't look at those 2 ones that are there. Fuck.
God, of all
Nestor, see, my karma got me, dude. There it was.
Yeah. I don't remember giving you permission to talk to me again.
This is why they keep having to split up in this game, because none of them want to talk to each other. They just want to hear me do bad accents all night.
It's my favorite part of the game, so...
Okay. Well, with that bust, my boy,
yes.
Here's what happens. You are rolling through the depot. There's not a train there. There's not a train currently expected for a while, so it's kind of sparse. There's not a whole lot of people there. You're looking around. You're keeping your eye out in case you see Constance, in case you see Belle, any of these people. And suddenly your world just goes black as you feel a heavy thud against the back of your head.
Found her! And I'm out.
Yeah,
okay.
And you are now unconscious.
Super sick.
When you start to come to, you realize that your hands are tied behind your back.
Yep, that tracks.
Your ankles are tied together, and you are lying on your side on not the most comfortable bed you've ever slept on, but somehow something familiar. It feels like maybe you've been here before. It's real dark, though. Your vision's a little fuzzy, your head's still a little scrambled. Everything kind of hurts a lot. Throbbing headache from, getting knocked the fuck out.
Getting hit by a 4x4 or a railroad spike to the back of the head or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, something
noted.
Something bad.
Yeah.
Pistol whipped.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd let you take a cognition roll to see if you can kind of start to figure out where you are, but of course it's gonna be at a disadvantage of sorts.
Okie dokie. I got plenty of chips to burn.
It doesn't. I was about to say. Let's see.
That is a 20 non-bust.
Holy shit. Even with imposition of a disadvantage and a pretty high target number because it's dark, you're able to kind of blink and look around and think about this and realize you're pretty sure you're on the bunk of a berth in a sleeper car.
I thought that this is where I would end up when you said I recognized this before.
Oh yeah, this was not meant to be a difficult puzzle. The difficult puzzle is how do you get out of this situation?
Very fucking carefully is
Well,
the
I'm
answer
gonna
to that.
leave you to blink and think about your life choices
That's fair.
as I sweep back around to the rest of the boys. Julio, you left the butcher. Did you declare where you were going? I apologize.
Pinkerton. I'm going to the Pinkerton
Yes.
building.
Yep, you go to the
I am in
agency.
pursuit of seeing Hector.
Cool. Yeah, you go in. There's a gal at the front desk. It's probably the same gal who you left a message with earlier. Yeah. Bless you.
Excuse me. I walk up to her pretty direct and I say, I'm looking for Hector Velasquez.
I think he's bless you. I think he's
Mhm.
upstairs.
Great. And then I push like through the door.
Sir, I don't know if you're authorized to be, and like she's just like doing,
Okay.
she's just kind of like talking after you in that I don't have any power to do anything way.
Perfect.
Right. Yeah, no, you bust on upstairs and you see that the upstairs looks like rows of like smaller offices and then maybe one large room toward the back. And the offices conveniently do have little like names tacked by them, and you do find one that says Velasquez.
Great. I'll storm in and I will look around and I will say, so, if you're keeping an eye on her, where is she?
I'm sorry?
Where is Constance? She's missing. Where is she?
I'm sorry, she's missing?
Well, we haven't seen her. I don't know that she's missing. But if you have your eyes on her, where is she?
I don't have my eyes on her. Lane told us to pull back and leave her alone unless she got out of control, so I pulled everyone off. I assumed you had it handled.
How would you know that she was out of control if you didn't have at least one pair of eyes on her?
Because I assumed that all of you were working under Lane's orders and would handle it. Plus, you've got Miss Smith with you, don't you?
Is Miss Smith Belle? I don't think I knew
Yes.
that.
You probably
I don't
didn't,
think I
but
knew-
yes. But yes.
Okay.
Arabella Smith.
Okay. So you haven't seen her?
No, I haven't seen her. When was the last time you saw her?
3:30.
I'll say 2 hours ago?
Closer to 3 hours ago at this point.
3 hours ago?
I'm trying to factor in travel time so we don't end up with the same problem we've had previous weeks. Shit. All right. Let me find some of my boys and we will get to looking.
Okay. And Hector leaves. Like, he'll take that as a... And starts looking for Claude. Or, I'm sorry, Hector.
Julio
Juan.
leaves.
Julio leaves. God, who am I?
It's
Julio leaves.
Julio-
Start looking for Claude.
cool. Last you know was that Claude was staying at the hotel with Prudence, aka Poppy.
Right. So I will
Um,
go over to Claude and...
Yep, you were easily able to find them. They are upstairs, and Claude is teaching her how to play cards with his most of a deck.
And I'm I not burst into the door, but I kind of, lean my head in. Any updates?
Nothing here. How about you?
It's getting close to the time that we may just have to leave.
Yeah, but I was also expecting you to show up second. Did you happen to bump into our faithful compatriot?
No, I did not.
Didn't see Belle crossing around either?
I did not. Where did they go?
They both went to the train yard.
Okay, Julio closes the door and heads towards the train yard.
Nice. Prudence looks at you, Claude, and is like, I understand that there's a lot of things going on that I'm clearly not supposed to know about for one reason or another.
As
but
far as I'm
starting
concerned, you're
to get-
allowed to know about it. If you have any questions, please just let me know.
I'm just starting to get the sense that maybe all is not well in the state of Denmark.
You could say that. There was some heavy allusions to your sister had someone after her, and we're nervous she did the noble thing and tried to take them on mano y mano.
That does sound like something she would probably try to do, especially if she thought I was gonna be in danger or in trouble on account of it. I don't really have any skills to speak of to help with this, but if you have to go, I can just hunker down here and wait for someone. Or I can come with, and I'm very good at staying out of the way. Got a lifetime of practice at it.
I appreciate that, and that is heartbreaking to hear. But no, me and you, I think we're gonna sit tight. That's exactly what I'm being paid for.
Claude, I really don't think you're hearing me. If Connie's in trouble, I'm not just gonna wait here for her.
I understand that, but from what I know about your sister, she's in trouble. Our window for helping's probably passed. And if we find the same trouble, we're not going to be able to help you.
She's not herself anymore, is she? Everybody keeps talking around it. I tried to ask her, she wouldn't tell me anything. But that conversation that you all didn't have with that tall gentleman.
Oh, Mr. Lincoln?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, I saw the new paperwork, and technically you're my boss now. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm an open book. But your sister is completely herself. She's just also carrying around a little extra.
Right.
There's a Indian proverb. Every man has two wolves inside of him. One always fighting to get the other. I think this one's a little bit more on the head for your sister.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, yeah, you'll excuse me. And she gets up and she ducks into the little, like, kind of ensuite bathroom thing that's off to the side.
Sure thing. I am going to be incredibly suspicious about all of this. And I think I will do the nervous paces from the door to see if I can hear anything to the hallway to see if I see her try and like sneak out down the thing, and then probably do like a triangle back over to the window to see if she's jumping.
Great. Give me a cognition roll. It'll be hearing based.
Got it. Ain't great. 4.
4. You think you're covering your bases pretty well, but you then start kind of thinking about how much time has passed, and like you grew up with an older sister, you know ladies can take some time in the restroom. But also,
no, if it hits minute 3, I'm knocking on the door.
yeah, I was gonna say this is 1876, and there's not that much you can do. Yeah, no, you start knocking, you don't get any response.
Fuck.
You gotta answer. I'm coming in.
Nope.
Pickaxe the door. Just immediately. Not like a spike through, but just use it for the battery and RAM. Knock it straight off its hinges.
Great. Yeah. Nope. There's no one in there. Window's open though.
Going right out that window.
Jesus.
Can you fit out the window?
Oh, I'm going out that window. That's the fastest way down.
The whole fucking window.
The wall is getting blown up.
Make me a. I'm trying to decide what role this is. Are you attempting to climb out the window, or are you just straight like diving out like the Kool-Aid Man?
I think it's a mixture of Kool-Aid Man and then like catch the ledge with my pickaxe to like soften my fall. Like I know that I know that I'm tall, but I'm not an entire story tall, so I can't just like jump down to the ground super easy.
Right.
I am also thinking of what this would be. I know that I have climb.
That's what I was trying to figure out if it was something like a climbing or even just like a flat nimbleness roll, or if it was more
I gotta
of a, like,
dodge.
survival.
I can dodge out the window.
I think it's. I think
Do I
I will
swim through the air?
Oh, clearly, yeah. Oh no, clearly this is a mad science roll. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's take
Make it
as
guts.
Okay. I'm gonna take this as a climbing roll. And also I want a strength roll from you.
Sure thing. Climbing is decent, not a bust. Well, a 6 and a 1 on 2 dice. I don't know if that's a bust.
I think we decided for everyone but Leon that is fine.
And the strength is an 18.
Yeah.
15. Sorry, not 18.
That's fine. Yeah, you look at this window, you go, yep, welp, and you just go, like, charging, you smash right through, like, you go through the open portion, but you then also smash out the rest of the window, and probably a little bit of the wall if you've got your pickaxe with you, as you kind of, like, catch and use that to sort of break your fall, and then from there you are able to kind of, like, drop yourself down in a way where you don't really injure yourself particularly. I am gonna need you to lose like 3 wind for this.
Easy. Yeah, and then I'm just full sprinting it to the train yard with my pace of 12.
Yeah, you're probably gonna catch up to Julio. He's got a little bit of a head start on you, but his pace is a little bit slower, so if you guys are like both like full booking it, you'll probably catch up to him like right as you get to the edge of the depot.
Yeah, and as soon as we get to the depot, just eyes out for Poppy.
She's harder to spot now because she was
that was the point.
in. So
100% the point.
Yep, you did. Belle did too good. Go ahead and you guys can both give me search rolls.
Yeah, and I, like as I pass Hexam, I'll go ahead and be like, yeah, girl booked it while he's in the restroom. If it's site-based, that's a 5.
That's some
4.
super good searching going on here.
We're in a rush.
Not a bust.
Ain't that the truth? Hey, use that search effort on me.
They don't know you're missing. For all they know, you might have dipped with the money.
That's true. Oh, what money? I didn't take any money.
You got your $100 in cash from earlier. They both let you take that out of the bank.
That's true.
Checking my thing. You do not see anyone you know. There's a very small number of folks milling around the station, but no one that you recognize.
have we come to the realization that we're together?
Yes, you guys. You would see. I guess.
All
You
right, because he turned and said to me,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
"Girl,
You see no one you know except each other because you kind of arrive at the same time.
Yeah, be like, Poppy jumped out the window. She's looking for her sister now too. I haven't spot
have no
Belle,
leads.
and I haven't spot. Well, I mean, I threw out the idea of the abandoned yard. I think that's our next step. I'm not sure if you want to ask questions around here, but I think that's where I'm heading.
no, I'll go with you." Fuck, I don't like that. I don't like that idea. I'm not crazy about that idea, but I'm gonna go with you. I feel like like, how can we have been fucking 0 for 3 on places to look for her? That's metagaming, but like, that's what my
you're fair.
my brain and heart is telling me. But yeah, I'll go with Claude.
Yeah, making my way to the abandoned yard. Kind of start at our old carriage, because that's a path that the 4 of us knew how to get to. Keep an eye out for anyone who seems lost. Also out here in the yard, a nice Poppy, and I'm
Great.
gonna assume if Belle doesn't want to be seen, she won't be.
Are you guys staying together? Or are you dividing and conquering?
I think we should spread out a little bit, but still head in the same direction.
Yeah. I'd say probably like, stay within like line of sight ish, but like I can still see like, okay, I see him kind of moving that that way, but we'll split up.
Each take a side of a car if we get split up like that.
trust but
Yada, yada.
verify.
Yeah.
Excellent. Great. I would like both of you to make scrutinize or search or tracking rolls. I will let you pick.
Oh fuck.
I don't
I
remember
should
if
have
I
checked
have
what my
tracking.
tracking was.
You can check it and then re-roll if you want, since I gave you options.
I don't see tracking, so that's because it's a 0.
It's under
Yeah.
cognition.
It's right next to everything else. That's an 8 for me if it's set based.
No, I gotta stay with what I rolled.
Okay. Groovy. Yeah, Julio, you're just like, this is fucking dumb. Everything looks the same as it did yesterday. Why the fuck are we here? We need to find these people. Claude, you are a little bit more on it, and it definitely seems like you're seeing. You're pretty sure that you closed the door of the car after you took a look at the dynamite damage.
Yeah, it'd be the polite thing to do.
It's currently cracked open. Now, that you don't know when that could have happened. That it's been hours since you guys were here, but you're pretty sure you closed it, and it is not closed.
I'll give a whistle to get Julio's attention.
Julio will like run over, thinking there's a problem.
And I'll just have like my pickaxe, and I'll go ahead and use that to open up the door. And I'll start making my way into the cabins.
Cool. You step inside and you hear the click of a hammer getting pulled back. I'm gonna need you to make me a quickness roll if you want to try to act before this gun fires.
Yes, I do.
You mean you want to act before you get shot in the head?
That's not a good roll.
And Julio, you also hear this gun click, but since you are behind Claude, you are still outside. So I will also allow you to roll a quickness to see.
I'm burning a blue chip.
It's that time.
Yikes. I'll burn a blue chip also.
Damn, boys. Sorry, I'm looking up the quickness that I need to roll for this person.
Okay, whatever. This is
What'd you get,
No.
Nestor?
got a 1 and then a 2.
I got a 7.
Golf rules?
It's fine because you go ahead of the hammer click. You hear the hammer click. Claude, you have time to attempt to make one action.
I am using my pickaxe to disarm. So yeah, just swiping that gun out of the air with my axe.
Great. Make me. What is the combat roll that we use for that? Do you actually have a pickaxe?
I have fighting pickaxe. I dropped so many points into this skill too.
Great. Go ahead and use it. We will use it against this figure's dodge to see if they can get away from you, because you do get an edge on them for that. What is their dodge? Oh, baby, no.
Hopefully it's really bad. Oh.
Ooh, that's a tie. They both rolled 9s. So I'm going to say that you are able to swing your pickaxe and deflect the gun as it goes off. So you are not hit by the bullet, but you are
Great.
also not able to disarm the figure who is holding said gun.
I'm okay with that. Do I get a beat on this figure now?
Yes, you are looking at a like slender but muscular a man with dark curly hair. He's dressed in real generic, like, I work out here in the West type clothes. He's definitely he's I blend in with everything vibe. Exactly what you would expect from someone who wants to be able to sneak up on people without getting noticed. There is nothing extraordinary or interesting about him, other than the fact that he just tried to shoot you.
Yeah.
Would you-
And that there's about to be a hole in it.
Would you say that we're about to go into a fight sequence?
I would say that is very likely. Also, I would say that, Leon, you just heard a gunshot go off from somewhere very close to where you are.
Yeah, and I think that at this point, if Leon's hands are tied behind him and he's had enough time to like get his wits about him, he's gonna try and like contort himself to get over to his like dagger pistol holster, which is a quick release holster, so it is really easy to like take out.
High or low?
Low.
Your dagger pistol is not in its holster.
Motherfucker.
You were
You busted,
unconscious.
homie.
Blue chip.
Doesn't work on a luck roll.
Blue chip.
But you just keep adding to it. You said low. You should have said high.
Fuck. I played myself.
Got him.
Then like, and if it's not there, I am just gonna like fling myself like off the bed and like try and like, you know, get into the hallway, like try and find a sharp corner, literally like do anything that I possibly can to like get these fucking ropes off.
Cool. Make me oh man, what? I'm so out of what this would be.
Like a nimbleness, maybe. Like,
Yeah, I want a roll. Yeah, I guess it's a nimbleness to see like if you're able to land in such a position that you're actually kind of able to
I'm
not
gonna
just
bust
like
and break
end
my
up
wrist.
flat on your face.
I'm gonna break
Basically.
my wrist. I'm gonna break my wrist. Oh no. Ooh, it's not a bust, but it's real bad though. It's, well, I guess medium. Medium. If it's 5.
I will say that you land and you knock the wind out of yourself, so take 2 wind off. It takes you a second to recover. I mean, you do still have a throbbing headache because you were fucking knocked out.
That's true.
But you're able to kind of like look around and be like, okay, I think I can like, if I can get this up and I can rub it on the, like the rough edge of like the bottom of the door frame, I might be able to like start trying to get these things loose enough to slip out. Your wrists and ankles are tied, but not like together. You're not full hog tied. It's just generally tied up. Also, you are not gagged, which seems like a weird oversight. So you're welcome to try to yell if you so choose, but you also have no idea who's out there. So up to you.
Yeah, Leon, without knowing who the fuck is fighting, would stay shutted the fuck up.
Excellent. Meanwhile, over here, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna basically give you guys like 1 round of free action if you want to try to say something or just remove yourself from the situation before we draw into actual combat rounds. As you have just seen this gentleman hiding in the shadows of your old train car try to shoot you.
I think that Julio will say, "Who the fuck are you?" And then he'll draw his gun.
Great.
And I'll go ahead and be like, "Joke's on you! I just saved both our lives. I got about 15 sticks of dynamite on me."
The guy mutters something that you don't fully understand. Like,
Give him the axe.
You're literally not even sure if it's the same language, but it definitely sounds like a swear word or something. And now we are in combat. So let's roll our quickness to see how many cards we get. I have to double check my.
It's
baby.
what is it again? It's over 5 you get an extra card.
Over
Or is it
5 or over?
Right,
It's
so
like-
you get 1 just for playing. If you get 6 or higher, you get a second card, and then for every multiple of 5 past that.
Okay, so
So
I
6
get
or higher,
so
so
I
I get
get
5.
2.
Yeah.
Two white chips for nothing.
Wait, why do you have 5 cards, Nestor? You rolled 30?
Rolled a 5.
Oh,
Then
he
a 5,
drew,
you get.
you drew 3 cards earlier and didn't discard them from that thing
Oh.
you did. So
Yeah, you should have 1. Everybody just gets 1.
But I rolled a 9, so shouldn't I get 2?
I'm sorry. Yes, you get 2. I
Okay.
can't read.
I'm the only one who didn't get a bonus card.
Is that how we've done that in the past?
That is how the mechanics
Yeah.
work. Yes.
It's been a while.
So I rolled a 5, so I get 1 card.
You get 1 additional card. You automatically get 1 card.
No. If you get
No,
you
I
have
get 1 card.
you get 1
have to have
card.
a
You have to
6
get a
to get above
6. You have to get above a. You have to get past a 5 for the second card.
Got it.
Okay, well, what do you want me to do with these cards then, Alandra? Do you want me to like discard
Let's-
some that I have in my hand, or I have 5 in hand, and it is not from my previous set. Is that I misunderstood how the quickness roll works? So do you want to just discard these and I'll re-roll, or I'll redraw?
If you discard and redraw, then we lose these out of the order. So I'm going to say,
Everyone discard, shuffle, and redraw.
yeah, let's just let me just do a recall.
Okay.
And we'll just
Total
do it
recall.
over. We haven't done a lot of combat in this game
That's
for this
true.
exact
We
reason
really
because
we
it's
say
very
we-
complicated. Cool.
It is supposed to be easier than D&D combat.
Fuck. Recall it again. Sorry, I get 1 card, not 2.
Yeah.
Easier than D&D combat.
It says so in the rule book.
Oh, wait, I'll just use my physical deck to deal my cards, because then I can use them to track my turn order. In case anybody other than this guy shows up to combat, which is entirely possible.
Oh, of course not. Please no. Let us just kill this guy 3-on-1.
2.5 on 1.
You're sure you don't want more people showing up to this combat?
Well, if it's Constance, yes, I want her to show up. If it's not Constance, no. Maybe Bonnie. Or Belle. Actually, yeah, I want more people.
Bonnie refund. Yeah. I want all the people that I already know the name of to show up. If Alice shows up out of the blue, I will take it.
Crazy Mike, let's go. He hopped on the train. It's canon.
Guys, Crazy Mike is dead. I hate to break it to you. He did get brutally murdered. You guys talked to him about stuff and were spotted by a person who is trying to eliminate people that know things about supernatural shit. Oh boy, this is gonna be an interesting...
You're so cruel.
At least I didn't do it on camera. But I did roll for him and he did fail. Cool. Yeah, you guys are in combat. You guys are incredibly lucky because the dude you are fighting did not do well.
I think either way, I'm gonna go first.
Yes, you can choose to do that because you drew the Joker.
I would
So-
like to do that.
So
So-
you can, in fact, go first.
I'm gonna discard that Joker, and I'm gonna take a big old swing with my pickaxe at the man who just tried to shoot me.
Great. I have to go look at his stats so that I can see how badly this is going to suck for him.
Well, if he's holding a gun, I don't think he's holding a physical weapon, so I don't think he has bonus to his defense. I rolled an 11 to hit.
I believe that will hit him.
Excellent. Do you want damage first or hit location first?
Either way.
I'll do hit location because I remembered the rule about hit location, because if you use a melee weapon, you get to add +2 to your hit location. So that way you're not just punching people in the feet when you're in melee combat with them.
That's not how
So I
that
don't-
works.
That makes sense, yeah. You're not just trying to kneecap a guy unless you choose to.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think a 15 becomes the torso.
Upper guts.
Upper guts, yeah. So,
Cool. Way better than hitting him in the arm. And now I will roll damage. I think this button will work for me.
we're going to find out.
That did do the math correct. So my strength added
Holy
12 damage to the 11 that I rolled for the pickaxe. So I did 23 damage with my pickaxe.
Let's fucking go.
As I think
Kill
I
him.
just bury
I'll
it
say you-
right
you- I-
into his
that's
collarbone.
Pretty sure that he's dead.
So this is
That would do 3 wounds to me, and I'm a big boy.
This is going to be a very anticlimactic and short final fight as you just bury this pickaxe like in this dude's chest, like fully hoist him in the process. And you just hear more of this slightly garbled swearing. As you go ahead and just for the funsies, go ahead and just give me a quick, I think this is going to be like a smarts roll or
Sure thing.
or a knowledge roll. Knowledge roll. Let's just do a straight knowledge roll.
Great. Knowledge roll. 7.
You, as you hear him like yell to himself, you realize, oh, some of this is English, but some of this is not. And his accent's very southern. You think he might be Cajun, and he's speaking in that fun, like garbled
Creole?
mixture of Creole, Franglish.
Oh god, Franglish. What a
But a terrible portmanteau.
this in the throat weird.
Yeah, it's not a nice term, but yeah, you're kind of like, oh, this okay. I think I'm getting a beat on this guy a little bit. Ooh, okay, no, don't move that window, computer. I would like to be able to continue using that. Cool. Next up in the order, I'm just gonna look at everyone's cards because it's faster. Next up is gonna be Leon. You're not in this fight.
I'm still trying to just get free of these. Break free from the chains.
I want to break free.
Odd or even?
Even.
You're having a really fucking hard time, my dude. It is not going.
Motherfucker. Well, good thing I have 2 actions this round, and I'm probably going next, maybe.
You are. So let's go ahead and take your second action.
Even. Pros never fake.
You finally feel it starting to give way.
Yes.
If you would like, you can now give me a strength roll to see if you've gotten enough of this worn down that you can like pop your wrists apart.
Nah, I'm good. I'm kidding. I'm rolling a strength.
I was like, you don't have to. I'm just giving you the option. I know strength is not your strong
Oh,
suit.
that's a 3. I would yeah, fuck. Okay.
That's at least a white chip.
Yeah. That's a white chip. That's a 5. That still doesn't do it, right? I want to get free now, and I'm willing to spend another white chip to do it.
Spend another white chip. Let's see what it does.
Okay.
Nope.
Fuck. Oh, one more.
You think you've almost got it, and you feel your wrists pop apart, and then you feel it cinch on your one wrist
I'm
again. And you realize
busted.
that the way that it's looped, like you got one thing done, but then it tangled on the knot. So your wrists are now further apart behind your back, but you are still bound.
Right. Yep. I just like stop for a second. Just fuck. I keep going.
Cool. You can discard your cards. And Julio, it is now your turn. Everybody drew real bad this round, except Claude here with that Joker.
So is Home Dude dead or is he just hurt? Like real
He's
fucked up?
on death's door. Like he looks real fucked up. It probably wouldn't take much to finish him off.
Okay, great. I'm not going to finish him off. I am going to like walk up to him, and I would like to like maybe make an overall roll, and I'm going to put my gun into his throat and ask him,
Okay.
who are you and where's Constance?
Fuck you, man. I'm just doing a job. Same as you.
Oh no. Ours are much different. See, I don't have a pickaxe sticking out of my chest.
You know, when you see the bitch, tell her I hope I see her in hell, and he spits at you.
Oh, bastard. I'm just gonna punch him.
Right. Yeah, do you have
Like a brawling roll?
brawling? Yeah.
That's a 6.
Yeah. That'll get him. He's fucked up. he's not hard to hit right now. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
Shit. How do I do that?
Oh, for punch and
Combos?
stuff, I definitely read a bunch of melee stuff. So it's just your strength. So you make a strength check, and you only keep the one die for punching someone, unless you have something like brass knuckles.
Which one die? The
Oh, the highest one, so 7.
So the 7.
7. Got it.
And I don't know if that's actual damage or if it just becomes wind.
It barely matters for this guy because
Fair.
he's
Already taken a bunch. Yeah, I realized we didn't calculate how much wind damage I did, but 3 wounds is usually enough.
I'm gonna say that with 3 level of wounds in his upper torso plus getting socked in the face, like this guy is probably going to die. Like if you would like to continue just beating the shit out of him for funsies, that is
No,
acceptable.
I'm gonna punch him once in the face and I'm gonna ask him again. If you don't know where she is, then why are you here?
Because she's going to come.
Is he Russian or French?
He's
Both.
Creole, but I can't do. Look,
I don't know what a Creole accent sounds like, so I'm asking just for...
It's kind of between Southern and French. Let's see if I can get
Okay.
a better take on it. He doesn't say much. So
Just do Boomhauer from King of the Hill.
Ah, okay, I got it. Actually, that's perfect.
yeah,
So
I was gonna
anyway,
say,
I
I give you
punched-
references, but you're not going to know what any of them are. Very True Blood. That deep
Okay.
South.
Oh yeah, no,
Louisiana.
I've seen
yeah.
True Blood.
Okay.
Yeah, it took me a second. I was like, what would be the reference that everyone would get? Yeah.
No, I've watched True Blood.
Yeah.
I went through a vampire phase.
Some of us are still going through it.
Yes, okay, well, fuck. If that's the case, then I'll turn to Claude and say, well, do you want to finish the job?
I just want to make sure he doesn't try to shoot me again.
Ooh, yeah, where's his gun? I'll pick up his gun.
It's probably on the floor somewhere kind of near him, but he can't get to it because you're on top of him. So
Okay, well, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, if he is not like struggling or has a gun in his hand, I will go ahead and keep the pickaxe inside of him. and hopefully still have him pinned. I mean, I'm in his way, so I don't think he's going anywhere. Look, you tried to take a shot at me, sir, and I took my shot back at you. Now, if I pull this out, you're going to bleed out in about 20, 30 seconds. I won't do that if you keep talking. But, I mean, tell us something we want to hear. You might actually get to see a doctor. Not really in the business of killing people, but I will defend myself.
I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you that I don't know nothing.
You say you're here for Constance. Who told you to wait here for her?
My job was to look for anybody coming for the motherfucker down the bottom of the car.
Who told you about the motherfucker down at the end of the car? Yeah, you want to look at that?
He sort of like points down to the other. Basically, if you think of this way, you guys are in the area where those tables were that Claude and Constance were always sitting at, and he like indicates down towards the sleeper end of the car. You guys are on the demoed end of the car at the moment.
Well,
Okay, then I am going to run and start looking for whoever the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, you bust open all the sleeper car doors, and in one of them you find Leon on the floor tied up.
I turn him around and I kind of look at him and I go, "Didn't go your way, huh?"
you're muted.
After Leon is just mouthing words for a second, yeah, it just went kind of the way I expected it to. Got to the tracks, and hey, can you untie me? Are you guys fighting? What the fuck's going on?
Julio like picks him up and sits him down on like a chair or a bench or whatever, and then like takes a step back and closes the door and starts walking towards Claude and goes, "I didn't find anything."
Hey, fuck you! What the fuck is? And I am screaming this right now at the top of my lungs.
No, and then Julio walks back and says, "I'm just kidding," and he cuts open the rope.
I think I'm just going to let out a big sigh as I look down the hall, and I'll focus my attention back to the guy. All right, so who kidnapped the guy with the funny tattoos?
I did. That's what I was told to do.
You were told to kidnap him, or just kidnap anyone?
No, I was told to grab him or any of you all ugly motherfuckers that came through.
Who told you to do that?
My boss.
Who is?
Fuck you! Spits at you.
Oh, all right. I've played this game before. You Wasatch?
Fuck you.
You work for Constance's daddy?
Fuck you.
You work for a leprechaun?
Fuck you.
All right, Constance's daddy it is. Thanks. And I'll just go ahead and rip the pickaxe up. Not even out, just up.
Yeah, this guy's dead. Not even gonna make you roll for
Yeah.
it. He was so far gone. Yep, he just kind of like gurgles and slumps over.
I think Constance has a family matter to attend to, and I still don't have a bead on the younger sister. You can walk, Leon?
Oh yeah, no, I can walk. Hey, do you see my gun around here?
I'll pick up the gun he had, and is this one it?
I mean, no, but I'll take that. But my knife is a little special to my heart. I'm gonna go run back and check for it. And I want to go run and like see if I can find my personal effects.
Give me a search roll.
Okie dokie. That's a 4.
You're not finding stuff, so it's either just stashed somewhere else, or it's on his person somewhere, or it's in a different part of the car. You're out of
Okay.
it.
Yeah, if I can't find it, then I will grab the gun that Claude offered me. What is it? So I can.
While he's rummaging around, I will check the pockets of this guy, see if he has any sort of like note, contract, bill of orders. you know,
Got a bu-
if it
He's got a bunch of extra bullets, loose in his pockets. He's got a billfold with a couple bills. He looks like he's running very light. So.
well, someone doesn't want us here and knew that we might come here. Yeah, I think we proceed cautiously and keep searching.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a good plan.
I'm gonna sleuth about.
Right. Sorry, I gotta go switch to another thingity thing to find my dudes. Okay. Sorry, what are you specifically sleuthing about for? Or where?
I think I think where is the big question. What is further down kind of the yard, I guess? Like, what can we see from the track or from the car that we're in?
So you're essentially in the damaged train car graveyard. So there's the two cars that you know that Bell blew up from your original train, which is what you're in.
Mhm.
You're in the sleeper car. There's also the baggage car that it was kind of connected to. There's a couple of other out of service train cars. These are all sitting on essentially dead end tracks that this is how they drive them off to the side or whatever, get them off the switchback. And then there's chunks and parts. So you're kind of in a little bit of a scrapyard.
Great.
And you do butt up to sort of a hill, like the side of one of the hills.
Oh, I hate this. Yeah, I think we keep making our way down. Maybe get around some of these other abandoned carts, piles of parts, see if we can pick up a trail of some kind. Although it sounds like this guy maybe hasn't crossed paths with Constance yet. But maybe someone else has.
Yeah, so it sounds like time's a wasting. Let's fucking go.
Oh, Leon, keep an eye out for Poppy. She booked it out of the bathroom. I thought she was coming here because that was the last time, but we didn't catch up with her, and I haven't seen her yet.
Yeah, no, if I see her, I'll let you know. And no way, I mean, even though I ain't getting paid, still on the job.
Let's get to it. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and try and sneak from this cart to the next pile, so on and so down, and then maybe try and head up that hill and see if I can get a better vantage point.
Okay. Give me a sneak roll. See how stealthy you're being.
5.
Okay. Gin gears. Yeah, you're able to you're not perfectly silent or anything, but you feel like you're keeping pretty quiet. It's also starting to get a little bit darker. The sun is setting, and because you guys are in a more mountainous area, you're going to get more shadow sooner as it dips behind the hills. So yeah, you're able to kind of scout around. Where are the other two of you going before I determine which rolls you need to make next?
I think that Leon is I think he is deciding that speed is more important than stealth.
Okay.
So he is going quick.
Where are you headed? Are you going to one of the other train cars? You going to a junk pile? You going up the hill? You heading back to the depot?
I'm gonna go through the other train cars.
Okay. Julio.
I'm gonna
What's
go
your
up the
plan?
hill to try and get overall view of the train yard to see if I can kind of like spot any movement or anything like that.
Cool. You going fast or slow? Or I guess I should say fast or
Also-
sneaky.
I will definitely go sneaky.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Sneak check?
Sorry, sneak check.
Okay. I was like, is there also stealth?
Nope, I
A
just
7.
I'm gonna need you to make a
Yes.
rogue check.
I just
Yeah, right,
defaulted
it's like,
back into
fuck.
my native tongue. Leon, go ahead and give me a nimbleness check just to see how well you're able to move swiftly through these cars.
Absolutely, would love to. That's a 9 for me.
Love it. Great. Everybody's doing a pretty good job. So yeah, Julio, you are definitely able to, stay low and kind of find good cover as you dart up this hill. You're probably going to beat Claude up just because he's taking a little more time to try to be stealthy, and he's specifically looking at some of the piles on his way. And Leon, you start making your way probably through the baggage car that was attached to the car that you were in, and then you can head for the next one over. It looks like it was maybe an old dining car or something that was getting repaired.
Totally.
And you can just make your way through a bunch of that too. Everybody go ahead and give me cognition checks.
That's
Jesus
a 26
Christ.
for me, dog.
Oh,
8.
what do you- God damn.
Yeah, 2 d12s
I'll even you
aced.
out. I'm gonna take a fucking white chip here. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
want
yeah.
to be. I don't want to be blind the whole fucking time we're playing anymore. Shit. Yeah. Right. Okay. Cool. I got a 6.
White chips, you don't.
You don't add
You-
them
you
together.
don't add.
You have a
Oh,
chance
you
at
just get a
rolling
new
higher.
roll. That's right.
Yeah.
I have 4.
All right.
Still not a fucking success.
You don't know that. You don't know what the target number is.
That's a good point.
However,
But you failed.
the real key here is that basically, as you guys all start to kind of like look around and listen and whatever, Leon, you hear it. You hear, I have to double check how many it is. 4 rapid fire gunshots. They are so close together you almost can't tell there's 4 of them, but with that good of a roll, you obviously have to be able to tell. It is a quick draw fight. It is somewhere over the edge of the ridge.
Oh shit! And I yelled to Claude and Julio. They're fighting over the ridge. We gotta go. We gotta go right fucking now.
Wait, aren't I heading up to the hill?
You are heading up to
Already?
the hill. You haven't quite crested the ridge yet. I have no good justification for why you guys don't also hear this, other than just you're very focused on being stealthy or something. Maybe the echo just happens to reverberate exactly to where Leon is.
Sounds good.
And you all take off running up the hill. Are you guys all actually running?
I think so.
Yeah.
Like they,
Oh, yeah.
they could have heard our gunshot. The fact that we might be hearing gunshots. Yeah, I'm happy to abandon stealth, and I will go ahead and pull out my rifle to crest the hill with.
Great. Everybody, go ahead and take a point of wind as you guys race up. And
I don't want to. I'll walk slowly instead.
Uh.
Good.
that's fine. And Julio, give me a... Actually, Julio and Claude both give me cognition checks as you run up the hill.
5, 7 if it's sight.
It is sight. Julio, Claude first, actually. Claude, You catch something moving out of the corner of your eye, and you turn and look, and you see 2 more people who are also running towards you, towards the hill. Kind of hard to tell because they're a little bit further down, but you're pretty sure one of them is Belle.
Great.
And the other one could very well be Poppy.
I like that. Do I see anyone else other than the corner of the eye people?
They are the only 2 that you see.
I'm gonna track a bead from. They're running up the hill, like towards me, or are they running to somewhere else?
It looks like they are running towards the base of the hill that you and Julio are in the process of going up.
Awesome. I will track a bead behind them, so wherever they're running from, I'm gonna just do a sweep to make sure they're not being chased by anything.
Cool. Give me, go ahead and give me another site-based scrutinize.
Scrutinize. 7.
You're not seeing anyone follow them. Doesn't mean
Right.
they're not being followed, but you're not spotting anyone.
Yep.
So, Julio, you crest over the edge of the ridge, and you see 2 people down on the other side. One of them is a woman with bright red hair who is on her back in the dirt, sort of half sitting up, has a gun in one hand, has the other hand clapped over her stomach. And the other one is a tall, dark-haired man in full, like, gunslinger-looking blacks, who is holding his side but is still standing and has his pistol trained on her.
How far are they?
They are down the other side of this hill, so I would say you'd need to... It's like a full sprint run, and you could get to them in like a minute.
Okay. Before I start my run, I'm going to take a shot at him with my Colt.
Okay.
To like hit him in the arm with the hand that he has.
Right, trying to shoot the gun hand or the gun arm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do this then as a true called shot?
Yeah,
Okay, but you're gonna stop to take the shot.
correct.
I'm just calculating what the modifier is. So.
Yep.
Great. I'm gonna say with the combo of distance but stillness, I'm gonna say this is a -2. You're a pretty fair shot. Go ahead and give me a shooting roll. That is a 7
Okay,
-2.
just so I'm clear, if I add the 2 rolls when it's a blue chip, and I just get to roll again when it's white, what do I get when it's red?
You same thing as a blue, but Alandra gets a chip as well.
Oh, then no doubt I will also take a red chip.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, so with the red chip, you would only roll 1 dice. You don't get to roll the
Oh, shit,
entire
I rolled
roll
a
again.
3. Fuck,
Yeah,
okay, well,
you rolled 6 dice and got a 20.
my bad. That's true. I did just hit shooting Colt again. You want me to just hit roll D6?
It would be a D12, so it's whatever die you rolled. So
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
60-12 for
Is
your
that right?
shooting.
I do have.
Yeah,
So
so
just a-
roll your 12 and add it to your original 9. Meanwhile,
Okay,
I'm
so 13 minus 2 is 11.
great. And I'm gonna just blind draw a chip and add it to this guy's dodge, just straight up. You got it, right?
Oh, boo.
But she's got to roll it.
What is your dodge, baby? Your dodge should be better for the line of work you're in, my dude.
Get hit.
That's gonna be a 20.
Nope.
God.
Fuck it, I'll expend another red die. A blue. Can I
Can't
expend
stack.
more than one?
Only with white.
Nice.
Wouldn't that be a 15? Because you're rolled 2d.
Oh,
Well,
I'm
2d10.
sorry. You're right. I misread. I forgot because I'm rolling this guy. I was thinking. So you're correct. It would be a 15, which still beats an 11.
Still beats it, but yeah.
Just not quite as aggressively.
Well, hopefully I distract him long enough for me to start booking it down the hill.
Oh yeah, you definitely take a shot, and it definitely gets his attention as he turns and looks. And normally that would give Constance a chance to quick draw, but she is currently too hurt to do that, so it's gonna take her more than a round to get there. Cool. Everybody's running down. I think this guy. You just hear him yell up the hill and be like, "My business ain't with you. You can go now."
No, but my business is with her.
Oh, well, that was your first mistake.
I don't think I follow that yell with anything.
That's fine. Leon, you are also running up the hill. You have a slower pace, though, even at a dash. Great. You are.
Oh yeah.
You hear the shot. You hear the yelling. But you're still getting up to the ridge. You at this point probably also see these two other people running up, and that look like it's probably Belle and Poppy.
Yeah, and I want to like get to the hill and like look to see where Belle and specifically where Poppy is going. Is she looking like she's about to like run down the hill, or she's just gonna hang out?
They look like they're both headed up after you guys.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I want to get up there, and if I can't get and if I can't get up there to start aiming, that's okay. But I want to like start aiming at somebody's head. And,
yeah,
like,
you'll have to wait
and do like the called shot action or whatever.
Sure. Yeah. Once you crest the ridge, you can totally take the
Yep.
take the call shot from the top of the hill. I'm not gonna roll you into full combat yet. If other people are just still running, if everybody's gonna start trying to shoot,
Well,
then...
I with my rifle, I think I have the range, so I will go ahead and take the aim action from the top of the hill rather than run to engage.
Okay. So Julio's running down, and the rest of you are posting up to take shots from the top of the hill.
Yeah.
Great. I will allow this. Let's go ahead and, just to make my life easier, draw into combat order. Just because then I don't have to arbitrarily choose the order in which we... What's your quickness, my buddy?
Probably stupid high.
Unfortunately, yes.
But you only keep one.
Um,
Or maybe not.
No, I get more than that because 2 of those were
Oh, you roll them again?
aces.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And then you, who are doing less good. Yeah, that tracks.
So I rolled a 5, so I still only get 1 because I have to beat a 5?
Correct. You have to beat a 5, and then on every multiple of 5 thereafter. Jesus fucking shit Christ.
Oh yeah.
Your dude got like 8 turns, and Constance gets her freebie card.
Yeah, but her freebie card is going to be better. Baby.
She's gonna burn a chip. That's better. I'm like, you're injured, but not that bad. But you're also undead, so
It'll be fine.
it'll be fine. This will be fine. All right. Sorry, I'm putting my boys' cards in order to see how bad this fight gets, how quickly. All right. Awesome. My boy gets the first shot. And he is going to look at you guys. He sees that everybody else at the top of the hill is coming to the top of the hill and starting to post up. And he decides to make the most logical choice and turns to fire at Constance.
Boo.
Finish the job.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Yeah, it is.
Thankfully, I pre-rolled a shit ton of other damage for these guys, so I just have to figure out if they hit. Yeah, he fires and he hits her in the shoulder. I believe
She's
next. What's my suit order? We've got a bunch of queens at play from several people, so I gotta double check this.
I got a club, so I'm going last for
Wait.
queens.
Nestor, I think I did something, and I don't want to do that.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Sorry.
That's okay. I was like, yeah, okay, I accept. Sure.
You guys,
Did you just get Ponzi'd? Like,
creating secret messages without me?
No, I accidentally opened a card trade with Nestor, and I don't know how I did it.
Yeah.
Oh. Cool. Yeah, I think the next two are gonna be
Which
Leon.
Yeah, because I got two queens.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be your aim and your shot, I guess.
Yep. I want to take aim at the noggin, and I want to pull that trigger, baby. Shooting
Oh
pistol.
my god. Yes. Let me see what your
headshot
modifiers are.
is a -6, and an aim action is +2.
Great. So that's gonna be your -4.
Okay. And I'm going to use a chip. It's going to be a blue chip. So then I'm going to roll another D8 and add it. Yes?
For blue chip, yes.
Yes. Because 12 misses, right? You have to tell me if it hits or misses. Or no, that's like an 8. Sorry. That 100% misses.
Let me double check.
Oh, yeah. Because if an 8 hits, then I obviously don't want to use the blue chip.
Right, that's why I gotta double check on. Where's my cheat sheet for how we determine what hits? Where's my thing? I looked at it earlier and now I can't find it. What's my buddy's stats?
The target number to hit a shot is 5 plus range modifier plus any other modifiers.
Great. Cool, that's what I thought. So an 8 would hit.
Okay, perfect.
I'm making the choice to not deal with range modifiers because that's just more numbers than I want to deal with than we
Gotcha.
already have at play.
Then I'm putting that blue chip back into my inventory.
Yep.
And now I'm going to deal damage. So that's 10 damage to the dome.
Sorry, I have to double check this guy's fucking stats because he's got
Click,
some
click,
some
boom.
fucking weird shit that he can do. Fun fact.
And I also want to... I have a rate of fire of 2 on this gun. So I want to shoot it again as well.
You probably don't need to because you clipped this guy in the side of the head and he goes down.
Boom! Get wrecked.
Well, you don't know if he's dead yet, but he's certainly down.
Yeah, get
Fell
wrecked. This is the first time. And as soon as I hit this shot, I like look
Retire.
straight at Claude.
Oh, I ain't looking at you. I'm aiming.
Cool.
You see what happened through that scope?
I don't have a scope.
Yes. You are aimed up. That's your action for this round?
Yeah, and I want to start moving down the hill with my movement.
Yeah. Yep. And so then, yeah, Claude, you're next. So you're taking the aim action.
I will take the aim action on him as well.
Cool. Are you aiming for a particular body part or just in general?
It will eventually be the head because I'm nervous that everyone's a revenant at this point. And yes, I will be aiming for the head.
Great. Cool. Excellent. Is fucking bullshit. Definitely. I thought he was gonna have more time to leave before you all showed up, so now I have to check his other skills. Oh, nope. Never mind. He's got nothing because Constance is going to use the card up her sleeve to take her turn now.
Woohoo!
And you see her get up, and basically what you guys see is she gets up and she just lunges onto him like an animal. And just like on top, and you see her just start ripping into him with her hands. It looks
this is
like
a little deja vu.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
We've seen this before.
Not this bad.
I mean, with the horse.
Yeah, you've definitely seen a variation of this move.
Yeah.
It's one of her classics. Cool. That was mildly anticlimactic, but so be it. As you guys start heading down the hill, this guy's basically down. Constance is on her turn, so it is Julio's turn.
I'm just gonna. Can I just like not do anything but just start running towards Constance?
Yeah, you are already in motion towards her. I would say that you can probably get to her by the end of this turn. Like if you want to take your full time. Great.
Like if that's what I'll do. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, you run up. As you get closer, you see that she has claws, like full-on claws that have sprung from her hands, and she is just ripping this guy to shreds. Her eyes are fully black, as you've seen before, and she is just tearing this guy up.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's
No.
it. I don't get to do anything with it. Oh, then I like try and get her attention.
Talk.
I go,
Talking is free action.
yeah. That's what I mean. Is I just like try and get her attention. I go like, Constance, it's us. You're safe now.
Go ahead and make one quick cognition check. Very good.
17.
Damn.
Yeah. There's a lot of blood going on, which is why I made you make this check. Her insides are falling out of her. She is, like, just as fucked up as this guy at this point, but she is not seeming to acknowledge you in any way. She is just continuing to shred this guy. But it looks like he got in 2 very aggressive shots, possibly with some sort of modified, like, pellet shot that just ripped her abdomen right open.
Does my knowledge of the Herald inform whether or not, like, she's too far gone for help?
Make a knowledge roll.
9.
Every story you've ever heard about the Herald says that they are unkillable except with magic or divine intervention. You are not entirely sure what that means. Since you've never fully encountered one, you do know that, like, any normal person would basically be dead by this point, and she is still, like, ripping this dude apart with a frenzy, like she doesn't even feel it. I guess we're out of combat, since you guys just took down my fucking assassin with one headshot.
Woo!
So
Leon ruining everything.
Excuse me?
It's fine. It was a 1 on like 7 battle. So I don't know what I expect. 2 on 7 because of his stupid buddy in the train car. Yeah, you guys all are able to approach. You guys can get right up as this horrible scene is occurring.
Yeah, I think as Belle and Poppy run up the hill, I'll go ahead and just be like, wait.
Yeah, no, they start to get up to the edge of the hill, and Belle kind of sees you and just kind of like catches Poppy and like is like, hold on, like pulls her back slightly.
Yeah, Poppy, I told you I'd tell you the truth, and your sister is not acting like herself. But she's kicking, she's moving. I'm not sure in what state.
Don't think I know what that means.
She started rending the flesh of a man.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
no. It's not the most normal behavior. It's not something you should see without a little warning. And if you don't want to see it, I'm also fine taking you back and getting you ready.
Here we go.
But
Yo, we're getting a raid! Maddie Morgs! It's the Maddie raid. What is up, guys? How are you guys doing? Welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network. If you guys have not gone and followed Maddie Morgs yet and you are watching us, take 5 seconds out of your day, go give Maddie Morgs a follow. How was your guys' campaign? Give us the Reader's Digest version, but the like center page, like the cover story version of your campaign. What's up, guys? If this is your first time joining us, we are the Torpid Gaming Network. We are a variety channel. We are live 5 days a week, and on Tuesdays it is our tabletop RPG where we are in the middle of the finale of our Deadlands campaign, where we just I just headshotted the assassin and got us out of combat. You're welcome. But what is up, guys? Welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network.
You're in your worst form.
It's fine. He's about to regret everything.
No.
now he has the curse.
He does indeed. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you also, Raiders, for saving me from my awkward teenage girl who just found out that her sister is literally ripping a man apart with her bare hands.
We'll dive right back in there. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah. So yeah. Prudence, Poppy kind of looks at you and is just like, and she just looks like really, really horrified and kind of just looks between you and Belle like she's very
Poppy,
not sure what to do about this situation.
Just look at me right now. Everything's going to be okay. It's going to be messy, but it's going to be okay. Your sister is quite a person. Technically more so than a person, but also is...
Not incorrect. All right. Maybe I'll just stay right here until you'll give me the okay.
That sounds like a good idea. I do just have a question for you.
Yeah.
This might sound just as weird as the thing I told you. When you pray, do things happen?
Of course, things happen when I
Like physically manifest. Like maybe you'd be able to heal a person.
Why, are you hurt?
I'm not, but if your sister needs it, hopefully she won't. I just would like to know. She was able to do something similar for me, so I wasn't sure if it ran in the family.
I mean, I've always had sort of a. The Lord has blessed me in many ways.
I can see that, but I will try to. I will protect you from this as long as I can, and it's going to be okay.
All right. While you've been having this conversation, you can see that Belle has sort of like edged her way up to kind of get the view over the ridge, and she just kind of looks at you, and her eyes look really big, and she kind of gives you the like, "We need to talk" face. Julio, is Leon? Did you head down the hill?
Yeah, I probably got like
Okay.
halfway down or so. Leon doesn't move very fast. He gets winded real easily.
He does, poor baby.
I know.
Good thing he finally landed a shot for the first time in his life. Yeah, as you get down closer, as you get down closer, you're starting to see more of everything that Julio is seeing. You're just seeing a lot of intestines and a lot of blood and like literal like chunks of flesh coming off of this guy. There's definitely also you guys both start to see now there is like it's not just before it was just like angry like rabid animal shredding. Now it is like chunks and like stuffing it into her mouth.
That'll buff out.
She has so far not acknowledged you guys in any capacity. She is very focused on her singular task, which seems to be consuming as much of this guy as possible.
Wait, so do we? She wasn't responding to you, right?
No, she was not responding to me.
So like, do we shoot her?
I'm not there yet. I haven't gotten that far. If I know anything about heroes, it's that shooting her may not kill her.
But Belle told us to shoot for the head.
Belle told you to shoot for the head.
I mean the royal me. I'm telling you now.
If you gentlemen are going to continue this conversation, you could at least have the decency to do it out of my earshot.
Ah, so you are
Ah.
there.
Constance.
Oh, she's a little busy right now. Can I help you?
Carry on.
Obliged.
Huge chunk of like arm straight in, chewing, swallowing, but now making like dead stare eye contact with you.
Oh, Leon is straight back. This is like he is very intrigued now. Not like grossed out at all. Just like, oh, this is the Herod. Like, go on.
Meanwhile, up the hill, Claude, Belle kind of like gives you the nod over and it's just like, I know none of you want to hear this, but we need to call Hector and get him and his boys down here right now. We cannot deal with this.
She gone? Is she coming back? I mean, she's been in a similar state, not quite like this, and has been fine at the end of it. Is this?
Oh, no, I think she was winning the battle, but I think she might have just lost the war. Sometimes when they get that badly hurt, it's hard to kill them. So they just sort of take over.
Got it. That's probably why she asked for us to shoot her in the head if it came to it, so that way the thing wouldn't take over.
And even then, it might slow her down, but I don't know that's gonna stop. The reason why you shoot them in the head is because if they can't feed, they can't regenerate.
Got it. We heal. Well, if it regenerates, or if we heal it, I think she comes back.
I can get the boys in, they can take her to the Star Chamber, try to exercise it out of her. But that badly injured, they can't do it until it regenerates, or there's nothing for her to come back to.
All right, call it in, and if she's still this way when you and the boys get back, that makes our decision for us.
Don't wait. I'll take Poppy. We'll go back. I'll send somebody.
You can go faster without Poppy. Just
But
go.
yeah, don't wait for us to get back. You take her down, cut her fucking head off for all I care. Don't try to be a hero. You're not going to win against that thing.
I can see that.
Okay. She kind of glances over at Poppy, who is just sort of like turned her back to the side of the ridge and is just sort of like hugging herself and kind of waiting for anybody to give her anything. Gives her a little pat on the shoulder and just sprints back down the hill.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up and tap Poppy on the shoulder.
Totally. Yeah.
Hey, so serious talk now. I don't know if everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Usually when a lot of grown-ups tell you not to look at something and that everything's going to be okay, it's because nothing's going to be okay.
I had faith that it was gonna be okay, and there's a chance it might be, but if I'm wrong, your sister might kill all of us, and then a bunch of people are gonna show up and kill your sister. So, you're part of the adults now. I think you got a big decision to make. Do you want to risk all of our lives and try and save your sister from the thing that's inside of her?
No.
All right, we're going to head back then. We're going to hop on our cart, and we have a distraction in about, 20 minutes.
It's like 10 at this point. You guys have been out here for a while. It's coming up quick.
In about 10 minutes, so that distraction might be for us getting back into the city. Do you want to see it?
I think I'm okay.
Sounds good to me. And I'm gonna go ahead and just give a whistle out to the boys and just kind of a hand to come back and see if they will.
Yep, you guys hear Claude whistle. You can see that he's up at the top of the ridge. You do not see Belle. You cannot see Poppy from your vantage point.
Is she ever coming back? And I'm talking to the Harrowed.
The Manitou, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this thing is like it's been like unblinking, full black sclera, just kind of staring at you while it's continuing to like. One hand is just ripping off chunks of this guy's flesh, and like it's smoothed down to more of like a calm snacking because it's definitely assessing you, and the other hand is just shoving intestines back inside.
Of course, yep.
Like you do. Gotta keep those suckers tucked.
It's a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of like cocks its head. This is almost like if you watched a person who was trying to kind of behave like a cat. Is sort of the weird vibe you're getting.
I kind of like think of it as like the guy from Men in Black where the alien was like inside the body. Like,
I mean, it's a little bit of that, but it's a lot. The motions are a lot smoother. Everything is a lot more controlled. It's a lot more. Yeah, it's not so like rigid. It's just
gotcha.
Very.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that all depends, you see. It'd be much more convenient for me if she would just stay out of the way, but she's got a bit of a fighting streak in her, so I imagine she'll try to come back.
Yeah, seeing that Leon hasn't moved, I'm gonna whistle again.
And like Leon is kind of like has like kind of like kneeled down and gotten on like eye level with this thing, and he's like just totally just like looking like at and like almost like ignoring Julio if you're like right next to Leon.
Yeah,
Julio is probably like Julio's probably like grabbing, like holding on to Leon's arm and going like it's time to go.
Wait, but this is incredible. Like, how much? And as Julio like starts pulling harder, Leon kind of like gives way, and just like yells, like, what's your goal?
Goals are for mortals.
So the immortals just eat?
We feed, we play, and we put our chaos into the universe. If you'd like to see the other side, there's always room for more in the Deadlands. Holds out this blood and viscera covered hand with these claws and just sort of beckons for you.
I look over to Julio. You been over there?
Once.
Is it nice?
It's not for everybody.
Because I was really interested in this until she just said that all they do is sow chaos and eat. That's just like I gotta like.
You know, I'm still hungry. So, you're not going to take me up on my offer. We're going to have to make you another one. Julio, you can see that the posture is shifting into something more like she's getting ready to spring.
I will hold out my Colt and point it in her head, and will be ready to shoot if she jumps.
Oh, she does. Make me a quickness roll against hers, and we'll see who gets theirs off first.
I'm not winning that.
Can I make a quickness roll?
You can make a dodge roll to try to get out of the way.
Oh, but I don't want Julio to die. I'd feel bad if I dodge and then Julio gets eaten.
It's an 8. And I beat her 6.
You beat her.
I beat her 6.
Roll for a point blank shot. You're right there.
I rolled a 6 for my dodge as well.
Cool. You are because Julio gets a shot off first, you're gonna manage to you're not really gonna get out of the way, but you're gonna be able to kind of go backwards.
I rolled an 8 for shooting.
Yep, that's gonna hit. Roll damage.
Oh, we are getting another raid! Yo, -1 cha! Thank you guys for the raid. Welcome in. Guys, if you have not followed -1 cha yet, give them a follow. It only takes 5 seconds. But guys, welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network. We are a variety channel. We are live 5 days a week on Tuesdays. We do tabletop RPGs. Tonight is the finale of our Deadlands campaign. We are getting jumped by someone from the great beyond right now. And we're doing great, by the way. I will add that we are doing amazing. But tell us how your stream was. I hope it was amazing. And buckle up and enjoy the ride, because I think one of us is about to die right now. But
can we before we get started, can we just ask, does from the -1 charisma team, do you guys say -1 charisma? Do you say -1 cha, or do you say -1 ka?
But
asking the important questions.
If you said -1 charisma, that would be wrong if you were referring to their Twitch name, which I was.
Or okay, so we say -1 charisma.
Yeah, -1 charisma.
But if I'm like, hey, why don't you guys go follow
charisma.
-1 charisma, and someone types in Twitch -1 charisma, that's wrong.
You don't get to tell somebody else how to pronounce their own name.
I'm not telling them how to pronounce it. I'm saying that's how I'm
someone came into the
pronouncing
channel
it
and was like,
because they're rating us, and I want people to go follow them.
What if someone came to our channel and was like, "Oh my god, you guys, I love Torpide."
I would welcome them with open arms.
You're just trying to avoid getting murdered by your possessed boss right now. I see what this is.
Look,
Apu, thank you for gifting the
I'm-
tier 1.
I'm not
Minus
saying
1 charisma's
that-
Nathan.
that you are wrong, but I'm also saying that I am also not wrong.
That's okay.
I'll allow it. Allow it.
Yep.
Can't argue with that logic. Okay, Alandra, continue.
Killing music.
Great. Cool.
So I shot damage. I shot a 1, a 5, and a 13.
Okay, that's not a bust, so you're fine. 19
total damage.
dull damage to the headshot. You are incredibly lucky that you got your shot off first. You blow her jaw off. As which the force of which is enough to kind of catch the leap. So basically, Leon kind of falls back as you fire, and then that propels her away, so she kind of lands like on his feet, essentially.
-1 charisma.
Okay.
Nathan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network.
Trying so hard to just have a dramatic finale, and you're just not gonna give it to me.
Dude, it's -1 cha, Nathan.
Yeah.
So if you're
-1
gonna
cha?
say it.
See,
say
no,
it
saying
right.
-1 cha, that's wrong.
No, it's -1 ka.
Oh! Galaxy Wolf, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network.
Okay, so I fire the shot and it lands. The Herald lands
So-
like normally.
Basically, she was getting ready to spring. What happens is the kick of the shot blows her jaw off and basically stops her. Think, meeting force. So she kind of just goes down. And Leon is kind of just able to basically kind of fall back on his butt from the crouch. So she's basically at or on his feet. But now, in addition to her intestines entirely just spilling out of her stomach, she is also now down a jaw.
But are her am I seeing her eye, her facial expression in her eyes?
She's
or the
still
Herald's-
conscious.
Okay,
She's still
Then
looking at you.
I will then also make a move to kick her over and give Leon the time to go. Get up. We're fucking going.
Yeah.
To enforce that, I'm throwing some dynamite.
Lit or just as a...
This is going to be unlit, so once they're clear, I'm going to shoot it.
Gotcha.
Just wanted to clarify so I knew
Yeah.
how fast they needed to run. Leon, you see Constance starts to jump you. Half her face gets blown off. She collapses at your feet. Julio grabs you, and then you see a stick of dynamite come sailing through the air.
3
I
sticks
think
of extra strength dynamite.
I
That's
think
right.
that the light misting of demon goop on my face kind of wakes up Leon. He's like, oh yeah, no, fuck yeah, no, we gotta go. Why the fuck are you still here, Julio?
I 100% grab him by the scruff of his neck almost, and I am throwing him up this hill. And if it were a camera shot, you would see Julio looking up like this as 3 sticks of dynamite are flying over, and one of the sticks perfectly lines up over his eyes, and it just says extra strength.
Yeah.
And he's going, oh, sure.
Slow
Throwing Leon up the hill.
Yep. You watch this happen in slow motion as the camera pans back as this super bloody, fucked up, falling apart version of your demon-possessed former boss starts frantically trying to sort of scrabble after you, but doesn't have a whole lot left in them. As you guys go running, literally, as you guys go running up the hill, and I assume Claude just kind of takes the rifle and lines up, waits for the dynamite to land.
the entire time they're running up, once they crest the hill, I'll take the shot. So a couple of rounds of aiming to get like +4 or 6.
Yeah, you absolutely can get the plus. This thing is going to try to come after them, but its movement is heavily reduced since it's basically having to drag itself up.
As long as it's within 40 feet of that dynamite blast, it's going to take damage.
Yes, it will. This is probably going to be a, like, everybody hit the deck scenario, and hopefully you guys don't get too much fallout damage from the massive crater you're about to put in the side of this hill.
It's the bottom of the hill. It's fine.
Yeah. Go ahead and let's... Oh, just for fun, I'm going to have everybody except... I'm going to have everybody make a dodge roll. Claude, I want you to go ahead and roll me your...
Shooting
to see how well you can aim this up. You can take the +4 for taking the time. Your dodge will be at disadvantage since you have to take the shot before you
no worries.
drop.
21 to hit the dynamite.
Yeah, that'll do it. That is in fact going to hit the dynamite.
I busted.
Great, you're gonna take damage.
Oh, did you need my dodge roll as well?
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
Alandra,
No, you're
I
fine.
was so...
I got a 35 for my dodge roll.
What the fuck?
Okay, so Claude takes careful, precise aim, waits, watches, aims for the stick of dynamite that is closest to the thing that was formerly Constance's tenacity, pulls the trigger, and then just ever so gracefully, like, pulls the trigger and just, like, I don't know, falls straight back, lands in a perfect, like, all the weight is evenly spread, so he's not hurt, his gun is undamaged, and he is fully flat to the ground.
When I threw the dynamite, I would have also told
Prudence is flat to the ground.
Prudence to either get down the hill or just roll down the hill. Roll down the hill.
Yeah, she kind of looks at you. She sees you chuck dynamite and she just starts running. She's like, I don't know a lot, but I know that's bad. I know that's bad news. So she is, like, probably down at the bottom of the hill amongst the scrapyard at this point. Probably just, like, dives behind one of these train cars. She does not want to be anywhere near this craziness. Julio, you, Crest, you kind of are able to kind of take the flying jumps. You get the explosion, like, flying jump effect, where you jump in a cool guys don't look at explosions kind of way. It could have been cooler, but it's fine. You're definitely gonna probably get hit with some chunks of dirt and rock in the back, but it's not gonna be the end of the world. Leon, my boy.
Hi.
With a bust, you're gonna take much more aggressive damage.
That's fine.
You're gonna get hit by a large chunk. What is your damage for this dynamite explosion, Mark? I think we have this.
Yes.
So somewhere.
Yeah, about that. So if you're immediately next to the dynamite, it's the extra strength. So that's going to be 4d20.
Okay.
And for every 5 feet you are further away from it, the dice starts to go down.
Okay, like the die size.
So like for regular dynamite, it would be 3d20. If you're 35 feet away from it, it'd still be 2d4 damage. And then at 40, it drops off because that's like the edge of the blast.
Right.
So 25 feet would be 3d6, and we just added a straight on another die for the extra strength. So it'd be 46 at 25.
Cool. Love it. Great. So, Julio, you are basically just going to get the wind fully knocked out of you. You're going to go down to, like, 2 wind as you just land really hard.
Done.
Leon, you are not only going to get the wind knocked out of you, you get slammed in the leg with something, and you're going to take 2 levels of wound in the back of... I'll let you pick which leg, because I'm feeling generous. As a chunk of something
left
just...
leg.
Right, as a chunk of the back of your leg just gets, like, ripped out by something.
I didn't need that part of my calf anyway.
That's fine. I didn't like that leg anyway.
Hell no.
That was the fat leg.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, now it's the same size as my other leg. Funny thing about that.
Just for funsies, I want to see what the full damage for being right within the last radius is. Oh, man. Yeah, if the Herald wasn't, like, directly in the center of this blast, they might have, and already fucked up, they might have been okay. But as it is, they're probably pieces. I doubt that, but that's okay. I had a lot of fail saves in place. Anyway, yeah, this massive explosion goes off. And after a moment, when your ears stop ringing, you look around at each other and,
I was the face I make when my ears are ringing.
Oh, but by the way, we're about 2 minutes away from a stampede, and we're nowhere near our cart.
Yeah, I can't run. I could probably barely walk. Hey, can you put me down?
You're on your own. You're like 10
You're so on your own.
Yeah. No, when you guys came to the crest of the hill, it was the full like flying jump.
Oh god, it was the
to get away from the explosion.
I think if we swing wide, we might be able to loop back through town. It's this night ain't over.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah. Well, you think it was loud enough so that now that the stampede is now the opposite way of where we are now?
Oh no, it's starting at the other side of town. It's going to end up here. Either way, we should get to moving. Leon, you want me to carry you, or should I carry the small dainty girl?
I think I can move.
From the bottom of the hill, Claude, you hear Poppy just y'all need some help? That seemed like a lot of fire and explosion.
Leon actually could use your hands if you don't mind, and I'll go ahead and start dragging Leon like down the hill towards Poppy, so she doesn't have to come back up.
I said that I could move. Oh, okay, fine. Actually, this is kind of nice.
It's not nice. You're in so much pain.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Leon is saying that while grimacing, and he is only saying that. He does not look like he's having a good time.
Oh yeah. We're just gonna use this modifier. God damn. Yeah, you drag Leon down to the bottom of the hill. It has been like minutes since this occurred. And you see Poppy kind of pop out and just kind of like look at this like gnarled mess of the back of your leg, and she just kind of like reaches out real gingerly and sort of sets a hand on it and starts quietly whispering under her breath, sort of closes her eyes, puts her other hand up in the air, and you feel the muscle start to re-knit itself.
That can't feel good. Probably feels really weird.
It feels really weird. It kind of itches in a not good way, but it's also just kind of flat terrifying that you can look down and you can see your leg reforming.
Just like mending itself.
Hand. Yeah.
And I can't stop looking at it, but I just look. I asked Claude, was it this scary when it happened to you? Wait, were you conscious when Constance healed you?
I was, and mine was worse.
Yeah, this is fucking weird.
As you guys are sitting here and this happens, you hear the sounds of hooves off in the distance. Lots of hooves. So many hooves. All the hooves off in the distance. And, but you also hear some getting closer to you. And you look down and you see now a bunch of horses riding up. Looks like some of them have riders and some of them do not.
Any familiar faces?
Oh, several.
Hello,
No.
Oh.
One of them's definitely Belle. Also, one of them looks exactly like Julio from this distance. It's real surreal.
Okay.
You see that guy breaks off with two other riders, and they head up towards the hill, and you hear one of them shout, probably like the Spanish equivalent of "What the holy fuck just happened?" or something in that vein. And then you see Belle and Bonnie with a bunch of riderless horses come riding up to you, and Bonnie just kind of like scans everything. She's like, I'm still getting paid, right?
Yes, ma'am. Just don't ask any questions.
I didn't want to. That's why. That's the only question I had.
Buy you a drink when we get to Chicago.
God, I'm gonna need several, but I can take the rest of mine after that.
You know what? I think bottle service is in our future.
You know, I'm pretty sure I can talk Alice into just about. Get on the horses. We gotta go. We gotta go.
No.
I'll make a hand to help Poppy, and then I'll remember that she said that she liked riding horses, and I'll just immediately grab Leon and throw him on top of one of a horse.
Perfect. Yeah, Poppy actually.
I can walk now.
Can you?
Faster than a horse?
Oh no! As in, I can get on a horse by myself.
No, I think you'd have trouble.
You see Poppy with no help, perfectly like she kind of finishes this and she kind of looks and gives a little nod of okay, everything's good, and then she just walks over to the horse and just perfectly pulls her up into a side saddle hitch, kind of adjusts, realizes that's not going to work because this is not a side saddle, and swings her leg over into a standard riding position. Belle just kind of looks at everybody and is like, is there anything else we need to do, or can we just go?
I think we should go. I had dinner plans, but I can reschedule.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And with that, you all set off to head back east and maybe someday figure out what to do with all of this newfound information and this strange experience. Let's get a little epilogue. 6 months later, what's everybody up to? I'm gonna give you free reign on this one.
This is exactly what I wanted. This is why I played this game.
No, I mean it's a western. I want to see what is the montage. What are the little quick cut scenes that we get of everybody 6 months after all of this bullshit?
Julio is still just walking into the Fox General Store and trying to, but they haven't, for whatever reason, it hasn't happened yet, but it's still trying to just get Abigail Fox to go out to go out with him.
Yep. She seems like she's warming up for sure,
and
but
it probably hasn't happened yet because Julio has disappeared for a couple weeks at a time to go and hunt some sort of weird happening, or and his journal is now twice as big with notes and pages and postings and stuff in it.
Oh, totally. Yeah, you've seen some weird shit in the last 6 months. Belle slipped you some files that she technically doesn't have, and so you definitely don't have on some of the stuff that she knew about from the agency, so you were able to pad out a little bit with that. Yeah. But yeah, no, every few weeks you show up again in Shelbyville, Indiana to flirt with Abigail, and
Abigail Fox.
She certainly doesn't seem to be complaining.
I think alongside that, at some point, Claude will bump into Julio and just give him a tip of the hat as he's leaving. And Claude will plead with his sister one more time to abandon the old store and come to Europe with her brothers and Belle, where I have a new establishment set up, the Pickaxe Pub. And she'll refuse, but I'll go ahead and box up a giant crate of American cigars, take it back over boat, and then me and Belle will unload them in some pub in the Irish Hills, where people come in and hear stories about the crazy American miner, and how he blew himself half to death, and all my other weird mining stories.
Oh yeah. it's definitely one of those things where, like, every time somebody asks what happened to your face or what happens to Belle's face, they get a different story, so no one's really sure, and they just get increasingly, like, more bizarre. And
But
absurd
people
every
keep
time.
buying drinks. It's a very successful bar. We've completely relocated. Bruce even came over, and he has his own Fox General store now in Ireland.
Yeah, he's a little weirded out by things, but he's very excited to be kind of expanding the business. He also keeps writing to Abby and being like, please just come. And she's just like, no, I'm staying here. It's fine.
I'll also have a correspondence with Poppy. She's welcome anytime she wants. I know she'll have her own affairs. And I think every once in a while I'll shoot a letter off to Leon just to make sure he's alive.
That's valid. Have you actually proposed to Belle yet?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Claude's a big coward, and she'll probably pop the question first.
Fair enough. You're probably right. Leon, what are you up to?
I think that Leon like got back to Chicago, probably like went back to New York, caught up with Mick, like thought about re-enlisting just because like all that was all a lie. And then I think that he like was like talking with Mick and was just like, actually, no. Fuck that. And I think that he got on the next train back out to Denver, and I think is trying to join the agency.
Yeah. Yeah, I think after I think it takes a little bit of time, but you definitely kind of hang around enough that finally Hector sort of puts in a word and is like, look, I think maybe this guy actually would be more useful like working for us than just nosing into our business.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's like, I can't promise you anything yet, but I'm working on them. They seem open. We'll be in touch. So it seems like you've got a pretty good in there. Yeah. Poppy is like rich beyond belief at this point. She definitely paid you guys out more than what your contract was written for, including actually paying Leon for the second contract.
Yay.
Yeah, no, she pays all that. She hangs in Chicago for a while and ends up buying a hotel. Starting that as a business. She knows it's a good idea, but she doesn't have a lot of business savvy, so she takes on Alice and Bonnie to help her run it. They just kind of merge the bar into the hotel. They all seem to be doing all right together. It's a little bit weird, but she keeps up correspondence, certainly with Claude, and probably occasionally with the other two of you if you reach out. But she's happily settled in Chicago. You guys also hear about, 3 or 4 months later that there's a really horrible assault on some properties just outside of Charleston, and one of the casualties looks like raiders from the north just coming through, just burning things. Happens every few months as the Civil Cold War rages on. But one of the casualties is the Montgomery plantation. The thing is completely decimated. Entire house, fields, everything razed to the ground.
Funny coincidence.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how that happens. And yeah, it's gonna take a while to process everything that happened, but in the long run, hopefully it was worth the adventure. And that, gentlemen, is the end of the Peculiar Tenacity and this session of Deadlands.
Let's go. What a mini series. Let's get some claps in the chat. Come on, guys. That was fucking awesome. Like, thank you, Alandra, for running what? This was 6 episodes? This was 6 episodes.
6 episodes.
This was a month and a half of hard work and sweat and tears. Thank you.